Okay, here we go. Live. All right. Let's see what happened to my feed here. What's going on? Oh, boy. All right. Someone's in. Welcome. Don't know who you are, but welcome for joining me. You are the first. You are number one. Sorry, I should be looking up at you there. My feed just went down conveniently, but it should be up any second. I mean, my draft coverage feed through Sportsnet. So we'll see. That's really weird. It's been on for like hours, and all of a sudden, there we go. There we go. It's up again. Where's the volume? Give me noise. Give me noise. Oh, it's Elliot Friedman's talking to Michael Dorian. Obviously, draft hasn't started yet.
Yes.
You can tell me if you want to help me out. You can tell me if the audio, not on me, or you can comment on my audio. I've got my mic here. But on the Sportsnet audio that I have, if it's too loud or not, I would appreciate that. Whoever you are, please feel free to say hello in the comment section here too. Sound just right. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Stuart Shaw. Now, you're talking about my mic, Stuart, or are you talking about the Sportsnet feed? Or both? Cheers, by the way. My mic's good. Oh, okay. How is this Sportsnet volume so far? Is it too loud? Is it not loud enough? You can't hear the feed? Oh my God, Pierre McGuire is on the Sportsnet panel. I think I just threw up a little bit in my mouth.
That gives them 15 goals over that 250 goal threshold.
How about now? Can you hear the feed now? I just turned it up a bit.
That's a lot of that.
Can you hear it now?
5 straight years in the postseason, the longest drought in franchise history. All right, so a little bit of drama already. We're expecting a lot more drama.
I can't believe Pierre McGuire is on the panel here on Sportsnet. That is last time he worked, I think it was TSN. As a broadcaster anyway. So I feel like I should get my ball or the chair. I feel like the chair is too clunky here. I feel like the chair is too clunky. It's too big. Oh, it's still muffled?
He hasn't looked over his shoulder in a while, but wait, stop. I know you're there. Thank you very much. And that leads to an easy goal for the Kingston Frontenacs. And you know what? If you need
hopefully that's better.
Short side screen.
I don't know if I should turn it louder or turn it down.
This guy's game in terms of his defensive play and his awareness. That's why Shane Wright.
I think I'm gonna go trade out my chair for a ball, and I'll stop talking and I'll let you see if you can hear the feed and if it needs to be turned up or turned down. That's the only thing I can really do. Really, I'll be right back.
So when you think about it, Sam and Jason and David, who's going to go number one? The 200-foot player, the power player? But here's what I do know. Power players are hard to find.
All right, Jason, you got to break the tie here.
You know what? I'm going to go off the board a little bit here. Logan Cooley ended up being number one on my year-end list. I don't disagree with what the panel's saying here. Slavkovsky, big, heavy, power forward. He's going to, elevate other people.
My sports ball.
Space. Shane Wright, 200
okay.
free zone player. Logan Cooley,
I'm a little lower, but you can see more. I think that's cool. Maybe I should change this light. Which light is this one? That's glaring on the page. Maybe I'll try and adjust that. Be right back. Oh, another person has joined us. Welcome. Sportsnet is just on the panel right now. Sportsnet is just on the panel right now. It's David Amber and Pierre Maguire is one of the guys. I can't. How desperate do you got to be have Pierre Maguire on the panel? This is amazing. I'm going to turn this up. I'm trying to find the right balance between the draft volume and me, so you can hear both. So feel free to comment. And yeah,
I promise you, I'm not taking my son, Jack Hughes, first overall. Jack Hughes responding, big mistake. Let's send it down to Elliot.
They're going to Elliot Friedman.
You heard the debate, Ken. You're going to settle it right now for us? Soon. We know you're picking one. Is there any chance you're doing anything else tonight?
Elliot Friedman's talking to Ken Hughes at the moment. I think I need something else here. I think I'm missing something. I'm gonna try changing this light so it doesn't glare on the board. I'll be right back.
All right, I want you to hear something. This is your son. Interview.
I think part of him wishes maybe he could be up there with me, maybe try to calm me down a little bit.
Now, connected to us with Kyle Bukauskas, Ardina, and Jack. So we just want to hear your advice for your son tonight.
Okay.
Your advice for your family.
I'm back.
Your dad, in addition to a general manager.
Yeah, Pierre Maguire needs a paycheck. I just didn't think it would have been Sportsnet who would give it to him. Wow. Remember, he was fired by Ottawa. Was it less than a year after they gave him the job? So was it assistant GM? I can't remember what position he had.
All right, Kyle.
Okay, Elliot, Jack, what do you think of that?
Yeah, it's pretty good advice. Been trying to enjoy this whole week and this whole day and this night. So it's just starting, but I've been enjoying it so far.
Okay, the tweet, big mistake. Anytime over the last 2 months, over at the dinner table, maybe not pushing for the first pick, but at 26, if you're still available, have you been making a case for yourself?
I mean, we had talked about it kind of as a family, jokingly a little bit, but that's up to him, not to me. So I'm sitting back and seeing what happens.
Okay, here we
I
go.
wonder, your son's really waiting to hear what's going to happen here tonight.
So they're interviewing Kent Hughes' son right now, who they think will go around the 28th spot. So we'll see how that turns out. Obviously, the draft hasn't started yet. There is about 20 minutes to go. It's running in the background. I'm trying to balance out the volume with the broadcast and myself. So if you want to comment on that, maybe my mic is too high or the broadcast is not high enough, whatever. You can let me know. Yeah, if whatever you want to talk about, I'm here for you. For you.
Yeah, no matter what, doesn't really
Salute.
change anything about me as a player or anything like that. So just here to enjoy it.
Appreciate you both. Enjoy. Good luck tonight. David.
All right, that was Canada's Tom Brady, Kyle Bukauskas. Great
Okay.
interview there. And listen, Kent Hughes was smiling.
I feel like I don't have enough light now. Now that I've swapped the glare off of here. Let's set up
back 179th overall.
Set up one of these suckers.
Bob Gainey, of course, drafted his son, Steve Gainey, 77th overall. So it has happened in the past. Maybe.
Get some more light in here.
We'll see that happen tonight. So that'd be pretty cool. Listen, we have a wall of many different people coming in to bring flavor to this draft, including Carl and Cameron in a matter of moments. And we can tell you,
there you go.
Sportsnet, we're also going to have
It's not really dark over here.
and Colby Armstrong live from the draft, streaming on YouTube with a different twist.
I bet another light.
Guest and immediate reaction.
But these lights might not last the whole time. That's my issue.
The excitement is building. We are closing in on the first pick of the NHL draft here from Montreal. We're expecting a big night for some young players from Manitoba.
There we go.
Cameron has that story, and that's coming up next here on
full blast here. Okay, commercial. I'll just turn this down. So there were, I guess you must know there's been some trades today. What did you think of the DeBrincat trade between Ottawa and Chicago? I think that's not. Turn this up. I'll let you know what I thought. I don't think I'm pretty much well sure I'm with the consensus here. I think Chicago didn't get enough for him. I thought they might at least get, maybe a couple of first rounders from Ottawa for him. I mean, I know we're talking Ottawa's first round draft picks, and they might be in the same position, next year. But even if it was for like 2025, 2024, GMs have been throwing around like really far into the future draft picks lately. So why not? And maybe like some sort of prospect. They didn't get another prospect for him. I found that quite baffling. So far, the new GM for Chicago is, I don't think he's doing too well. It's better. Let me turn this up. There we go. I think that's better. Maybe I'll turn on the actual room light, and that'll help things out as well. So if you just arrived, we're just on a commercial break. Draft actually doesn't start for another 15 minutes or so, and I'm just playing with the lighting. But if you have any questions, shoot me in the chat. That's the room. Oh, no, I get that stupid flying saucer light on the board. That sucks. Okay. Can't do that. Oh, there goes my light. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. Maybe the lighting isn't perfect, but it's the best I can do to keep the glare off the board for later, because that can be a real pain in the butt reading the names. And I shouldn't be sitting here. I should be walking around once it gets started. And yeah. Okie doke. And I had another light here. I don't think I'll. Oh, we're back. I don't know if you got your handy dandy hockey news, draft, prospect rankings. That's what I'll be using, as I'll be going through all of them here and throwing them up on the board behind me. And now they're just interviewing some potential draftees.
Yeah, again, it's pretty special, right?
Big whoop-de-doo.
Grew up playing with them. And yeah, it's just super fun all together.
And Denton and Owen, you two are cousins, so how much family do you have?
Yeah, anyways, boring.
Yeah, quite a bit.
They're just talking to players right now. Nothing much to that. What other trades happened today? Well, there's the Chris Letang signing, which I think a lot of people what I've seen a lot of online is, the term is way too long because it's like 6 years for him at, what was it, around $6.1 million. But I think the only way they get Letang to sign for that kind of money is if they give him that crazy term. And it's going to take him until he's 61 or so. But maybe he gets injured. Maybe eventually. I mean, he does every other year, without a doubt. Letang gets injured somehow now, especially in his older age. And if he's what is he, like 36 or something? Or 35? The contract goes till he's about 41 years old. So, maybe they put him on LTIR eventually. And if they can't put him on LTIR, maybe they just buy him out. Because really, Pittsburgh should be rebuilding in what? Your guess is as good as mine. 2, maximum 3 years. I think it's more like 2 maximum to me. I think they should have started rebuilding a couple of years ago, really. But, when you have Crosby and Letang and Malkin, you think about things a bit more. I'm just trying to find the I'm looking at my Sportsnet app and for my trade tracker here. And my signings. What about the signings? Yeah, so Letang, signed for $36.6 million. I hate it when they don't break it down. It's around $6.1 million. Draft still hasn't started. Let's listen in on David Amber here for a second.
Colby Armstrong makes sure to have some fun with these future stars as he sat down and had some chats.
I was drafted in 2001. When were you born?
03.
My hockey card's in black and white.
Okay, so this is just Colby Armstrong interviewing some players. All shits and giggles, that kind of thing. No big deal. So I'll just turn that down for the moment. And let's look back at some of the trades that have happened. And we haven't talked about the Colorado trade for Georgiev. I'd like to hear what you guys think about that. No more Kemper, obviously. But in a way, if your NHL team is looking for a goalie right now, that's good news because that's more players in the market who are available for a contract. I don't know if it'll make it into a seller's contract or not, but or a buyer's market, excuse me. Because there's like 7 goalies, maybe Fleury, Kemper, Campbell. Trying to think who else is out there. Husso. When it comes to starters, they were like, who else would you really consider a starter besides those guys? Nobody watching now. I'm talking to myself. That's fantastic. Okay. Testing. Big cojones. Big cojones. Okay, that's good. Maybe I'll turn this up more. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Testing the mic. Checking my levels. Here we go. Okay. Back to the panel with Pierre McGuire. I want to say his name for the rest of the night.
It's so good. I mean, this year, Jagger Furcus walks in there. This guy's 150 pounds soaking wet with 2 phones in his pocket. He walks in there like he owns the room. He's got the stash going. Like, look at this. He's got no teeth in the front. I know in one room he went into, they asked him about the mustache, and he just sat back in his chair and just gave it an old curl there with the thumb and the index finger and said, oh, yeah, it's good. So you got to love the character of this young man. 36 goals for the Moose Jaw Warriors this year.
Well,
okay. Pierre McGuire speaking. Cover your ears.
Pat Falloon went 2 to San Jose, and number 3 was Scotty Niedermeyer of the New Jersey Devils. The fascinating part of it was the best interview I was ever part of. He was Tyler Wright. He's now the chief scout of the Edmonton Oilers. He ended up going 12th in this draft. Had a really strong career, but wouldn't overwhelm him with numbers. He's a great cheerleader.
Okay, Pierre McGuire's talking at the moment.
Of all the players I've ever
Yeah,
had a chance
I
to
said
coach
Pierre
or interview,
McGuire.
He had the most character-filled interview I've ever been a part of.
Wow, that's saying a lot. You've seen a lot of them, and then again, they're going to.
Can't believe they couldn't have. I'm pretty sure they would have hired me if their only choice was Pierre McGuire.
This draft brings back some fond memories. Ryan Ellis, we selected 11th overall in that draft.
Okay, they're just chatting about old drafts.
At any rate,
Yeah.
Ryan Ellis, in my mind, is
Nothing to write home about here.
He was that first kind of
Still waiting. Drafts will start in a few minutes.
offensive-leaning defenseman
Get off this
that really ushered
ball
in
here.
a new era in the cap world of that type of pedigree. Three-time World Junior champion. won a
Okay.
Memorial Cup. He's been an outstanding NHL
Try and tip this maybe a bit
This
higher.
kid came in with a huge degree of confidence.
Oops, almost turned off the
He couldn't
computer.
outback
Jesus.
him. He's just sitting there saying, listen, don't
Okay.
worry about it. Things are going to be good. I'm going to lead you where you want to go.
Yeah.
The rest is history. He's had a fantastic career.
Gonna work out. No glares. I think we're good.
Great success there. Maybe Lane Hudson. Maybe he'll slip into the first round.
It'd be great to see that because this guy
Okay.
worked his tail off. He's a hockey junkie, yet that size on the deep position, rather, just a lot stronger than even these other guys that you're talking about. It'll be a challenge.
Well, Lane Hudson's an explosive offensive
Yeah.
player. The biggest thing with him is how he's going to react to the bigger bodies he's going to have to defend against in the NHL. But I think the one thing about Ryan Ellis, just to go to Jason's story, is Ryan Ellis is
Yeah, they're just talking about
That's
old
one
drafts
of the
still
things
here.
that's really allowed him to
Nothing is
thrive
happening.
in the National Hockey League.
Pierre Maguire's jaws flapping. That's about all that's going on.
He's a heck of a defenseman. He's an undersized body. Lane Hudson has the potential to get to that weight. I have absolutely
Georgiev goes to the Colorado Avalanche. I don't know what Colorado was thinking there. I mean, they got him for 2 third-round picks and a 5th-round pick. I mean, he had a good year the year before last, so maybe he can bounce back in Colorado. But you know, with Francouz and Georgiev, I don't know. I don't know how good their chances are of of going after the cup with Georgiev and Francouz. Maybe they look for a trade before the deadline. If both of those guys implode or get injured or what have not. I think they're banking on Georgiev having a really good year. But again, for those teams who are looking for goaltenders right now, that's kind of good news because it just adds one more guy to the market in Kemper. And apparently he's looking for around $5 or $6 million too. So let's see what Hockey Twitter is saying right now. Bob McKenzie from TSN says Minnesota's back as a front runner for Marc-Andre Fleury. But if it happens, apparently Fleury's not going to take anything less than a 2-year deal. I feel like I should do. I don't think anything else is going to fit in this picture. Anyway, maybe it's time to refill my glass before the show gets started here. What else is Twitter saying? Elliot Friedman. As mentioned with Ottawa, GM Pure Dorian, believe his work continues on adding a D who can play the right side. We'll see on the timing. Everyone's looking for a D who could play on the right side. Commercial break. Let's see what else we got here. Michael Agello for Hockey Buzz, speculating if Justin Hall could be a fit for the Sens. He's a right shot. And I think the Leafs would like to get rid of him. Squeeze Sandin in on in his place, albeit being a left shot. But Kevin Papiti says he's pretty sure the Leafs will trade down today. What else we got up here on hockey Twitter? I think he'd be hunching over for this for the entire stream, 3 hours. Salut. I'm only wearing this, by the way, because they have the first overall pick. It's the tradition. Whoever has the first, I wear the t-shirt. It's not my favorite team. Actually, it is the Toronto Maple Leafs, so I'm slowly burning alive at the moment. If you start seeing smoke, wafts of smoke behind me, you know why. Was that Mark Messier in a Subway commercial? This could be an old commercial. I don't have cable. Subway. Didn't they have like chicken in their tuna or something? Or the meat was unidentified? Didn't that happen like a year or 2 years ago? Here we go. They're showing all the draft tables. The teams are ready. 3:59. I'm going to go fill this up.
Canada, you ready? It's that time of the year again. You know, the tailored suits.
Getting ready. This is my drink of choice. A coconut IPA.
Watch your step, kid.
Yum, 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 yum.
And the highly emotional upward hugs.
Okay.
It's the 2022 NHL Entry Draft, live from Montreal. That's right, y'all. No more virtual draft.
It's all happening.
Back in person.
Why don't I just write Shane Wright right now? I don't see. I'm just going to put his name there. Hopefully I'll jinx it.
So, who's got next? Who's going first?
I don't like my red marker.
Far from the best. Way better.
This is practice, so if you can see everything properly on the board. Let me crack open some fresh markers here.
And if you don't know who these guys are, well, now you'll know.
Okay, let's do this.
I like to sing in the car. I don't have to
That's
worry
right.
about that. That's his thing. That's his thing. No one ever understood a single word he said. How's hair looking?
There we go. That's a better marker.
A little product in there, you know, have to make it look good for TV, right?
Okay, let's blow this up with a bit of history to set the stakes. The last
Okay.
time the Canadians had the first overall
Shane Wright's on the board.
This guy over this guy.
Not really, but I just put him there. I think you can kind of see it. Maybe red's not the best color for that, but it's visible enough.
A bag of future stars were taken. But back tonight, where they say dreams will be made, tears will
All
be
right.
shed, a lifetime
Lighting's a
of work
go.
will be rewarded, and maybe a few hearts will be broken.
Maybe I'll try
Cliches.
stacking a light here.
Go.
Montreal will have the first selection. So let's get started.
Okay. We are playing with the lights. Playing with my light here. Almost ready. Almost there.
Ready to announce the next foundational piece of the historic franchise. The big question. Shane?
What? Okay. There was just a jump in the feed. What's going on? Come on, Sportsnet. Where's the volume, boys? What happened to the volume? Don't make me reload the page. Don't make me do it. I'm reloading the page. There we go. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. All right. There we go. Anybody in the chat group? Not yet. Okay. Side Stuart, of course. Stuart, thanks for sticking around. That's you. Who's still there right now?
The Canadians are in a win-win situation. Let's be honest here. They're going to beef up on the wing if they go with Softcover. They're going to get a
Okay. Here we are.
They go another way and they go to Cooley. They get a 1A guy who plays a lighter game, more offensive upside.
Where's my? Oops.
Either way, all three ways, the team's improving today. I'm interested to see what the fans want and what this building does in the next 10 minutes or so.
And that's part of the story.
Maybe I'll just do this for now. Can always shift the board around.
No question. But when you have a situation where you're looking and you're talking about, hey, we've got 14 picks, you come in as a new general manager, what more could you possibly ask for? You have the number one pick in your own barn. What more could you ask for? What I will say about this new group.
Imagine Montreal doesn't pick Shane Wright. I mean, the stadium looks like it's close to packed right now. Like, will people start throwing stuff? I'd throw my beer. If I was a Canadians fan and they didn't pick him, it would be a cup. I wouldn't throw the can. And most of it would probably go on me. So, Pierre Maguire, I just can't get over. Oh, he's broadcasting still. They couldn't. This must have been someone got COVID like last minute. That's what it has to be. And they picked up the phones. Oh, yes, Pierre. No, I'm not gonna say it. Okay. Yes, we need you. Okay, is that what you? Just get here by 6 p.m. Like Elliot and Jeff. All right, let's listen up.
Gerald was the number 2 pick with New Jersey. He said toss slowed down a bit today. We'll see what happens with number 1, and then if things pick up at the Devil's table. Just recently, Minnesota announced they've re-signed Marc-Andre Fleury to a 2-year deal, $3.5 million per season. And guys, I'm starting to hear some rumblings about the Islanders' first-round pick. I wonder if that's a potential JT Miller destination. I think the Islanders' first-round pick is in play. Jeff, what do you have?
Oh, wow.
What we're wondering about Elliott is, are there any teams in advance of free agency next week willing to attach their first-round draft pick to a bad contract to get some cap relief and maybe make
Fleury just signed for 2 years at 3.3. I think that's what I heard.
And as much as speculation has been about Shane Wright and Yuri Slafkovsky, one general manager told me yesterday,
Get me on the board here.
Any of your lists, this whole thing is going to be a spray. There is some talk and there's some speculation that maybe at 2-3 we see New Jersey taking David Juracek, the defenseman, and maybe Cutter Gauthier from Scottsdale, Arizona, the local White Goes Home story, becomes a member of the Arizona Coyotes. Now, Charles Barkley calls him Canada's Tom Brady. Step up the game.
Just updating my trade board here,
Campbell River, the runways of Campbell River,
which is off screen, unfortunately.
Canadian hotness, ladies and gentlemen, Alcatraz. This will be my last day in broadcasting, Jeff, after that intro. The hottest ticket in town here tonight, but admission is free in the section behind me. The top prospects, along with their families and special guests, Wright and Slafkovsky, front and center. When a player hears his name called here tonight, they'll make their way down the stairs and then along this runway. And there you see the words over there, welcome to the NHL. That's what they will be greeted with by Commissioner Gary Bettman once they reach the stage. And then for the first time since 2019,
here we go.
An opportunity for a handshake and a photo op with the organization that will have changed their lives forever. The nervous energy is palpable, Carolyn Cameron.
I was nervous for that walk. I don't know how to follow that up, Kyle. So yes, I have the easy, comfortable job of sitting just off stage. And this is where I'll be met with the new members of the NHL.
Okay, they're just talking logistics here right now. We also heard the Islanders first rounder might be in play for JT Miller. He would be a good fit there. I still can't believe they fired Trotz. Wow.
GMs were hired in the last 5 years. It's a win now situation.
Especially when you're coming off COVID, you're talking about revenues. Playoffs are a revenue generator, and so it's really important to get better quickly. And we see a lot of teams, especially in the top 10, that are sitting in that exact spot.
There's no question about it. I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny, a lot of pressure, a lot of general managers. Probably more so than what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. Anyways.
GM's need a runway release.
Where are we going here?
To establish what they want out of their
crew. Let's hope there's a little more
Yeah,
stability.
Montreal fans definitely want Shane.
Again, we set the stage. We have a lot of different opinions as far as who the Montreal Canadiens are going to pick first overall. In a matter of moments, there'll be no more mystery. We'll have an answer. It may be Shane
Someone took a picture of Kyle Dubas on the phone.
The 2022 NHL Entry Draft. It is set to begin in a matter of moments. Commissioner Gary Bettman will be taking the podium.
Got rid of his COVID, eh?
It's all coming your way. We will find out who the Habs pick in a matter of moments. To the Commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Seen a lot of pictures from the floor. Here we go.
NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman.
Why did she have a New York Islanders sweater? Are they announcing a trade? They might be announcing a trade here. Why is the girl holding a Islanders jersey right next to Gary Bettman? I hate his accent. I hate it. Oh, he's making the effort, I guess.
I am delighted to be conducting a draft in person again, and thank you for that welcome. It is a return to normalcy.
As they boo him, yeah.
We are thrilled that the draft is in the city that has played host to the first
Gary Bettman
NHL
speaking.
draft back in 1963.
Blah, 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 blah.
And has been
There's a girl standing next to him holding an Islanders jersey, and I'm very curious to see if they're going to announce a JT Miller trade to the Islanders.
I'm not sure why you're booing that. It's your city. On a serious note, we had a tragedy here in Montreal yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Brian Marchment passed away.
Brian Marchment, who was here in his capacity with the San Jose Sharks. Obviously, our condolences, the condolences of the entire NHL family go out to Brian's family and friends. And I'd ask everybody to stand for a moment.
53 years old.
In Brian's memory.
Wow, everybody's standing.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go.
You'll have to hold it for a second. Wait a minute. I'm now honored to be accompanied tonight by Tanya Bossi and Martin LaFleur.
Okay. That's why she's holding the Islander jersey.
Within a span of 8 days in April, the NHL lost two of its most legendary players, and Montreal lost two of its most beloved sons, and most important, Tanya and Martin lost their cherished fathers. We still and always will feel their losses deeply. But tonight, we celebrate their lives.
Talking about Bossy and LaFleur.
And we recall that the remarkable careers of both Guy LaFleur and Mike Bossy began on nights such as this at NHL drafts held in Montreal.
Mon père a grandi dans un village qui s'appelait Tursault. Un jour, il rêvait, comme son idole, Jean Béliveau,
This is Guy LaFleur's son
de faire
talking.
la Ligue nationale. In 1971, thanks to Sam Pollock's wizardry, the Montreal Canadiens drafted my father.
His son
Mon
looks
père
like
m'a
he's
dit, il y a
close
un
to
bout de
40
temps,
now.
le sentiment d'être repêché est aussi grand que de gagner la Coupe Stanley ou tous les autres honneurs ou accolades qu'on peut recevoir en performant dans la Ligue nationale. Parce que la Ligue nationale,
est le summum du hockey au monde. The Lafleur family would like to wish the best of luck to all the players who are eligible for the 2022 NHL Draft. Enjoy this moment. It's once in a lifetime. Thank you. Merci.
Okay. Mike Bossy's daughter's going to speak now. I'm going to take a seat for a second here. Oh, boy.
Mon père avait un rêve, celui de jouer dans la LNH et de briser des records. Il y a
Some people
45
forget
ans,
that
il a été repêché
Bossy
par
was
les Islanders de
French.
New York. Et bien inspiré par Guy Lafleur,
You can see Bossy's face and hers for sure.
il avait même affirmé au directeur général qu'il compterait 50 buts dès sa première saison. Et bien, c'est avec ce gilet des Islanders qu'il en a marqué finalement 53. My father's dream was to play in the NHL.
That's nice. I'm chanting his name.
My father's dream was to play in the NHL. 45 years ago, he was drafted by the New York Islanders, and he told the GM that he would score 50 goals during his first season. Well inspired by Guy Lafleur and wearing this jersey, he scored 53. Despite his shortened life and career, my dad's dream came true. And if he was here tonight, he would tell you to dream big as you can. Malgré une vie et une carrière écourtée, mon père a accompli son but et plus encore.
That's nice that they've done this, but I mean, I'm guessing the draft might run a little late. I mean, who knows, really, with how quick picks are made, if there's trades that are going to be made. But there seems to be a lot of talk going on right now on Twitter. Garrett gets back behind the podium,
Tanya
and they boo him.
For being here tonight. Before we get down to this evening's business, we have another special guest. Canadiens head coach Martin St. Louis.
Oh, is St. Louis going to make the pick? I think that would be a good idea. I got him up there already. He's there. He's waiting. He's just taking it in.
Merci.
That's good. It's great to see the passion there in Montreal. If you hate the team or not, that's cool.
Merci. Merci. Martin et Tanya, je suis content que vous êtes ici. Tanya, ton père a passé beaucoup de temps à Laval. Il a inspiré beaucoup de jeunes Lavallois comme moi quand on était jeunes. Martin, ton père, c'est l'idole de la province. OK? Il nous a fait vivre des moments inoubliables comme fans du Canadien. Merci d'être ici. Bienvenue au repêchage. Bienvenue à tous les fans du hockey, mais spécialement à nos fans des Canadiens.
Is he going to translate that? I wonder.
Encore une fois, à guichet fermé. Vous êtes vraiment extraordinaires. Merci.
47 years. Took me 47 years to finally be at my first draft. And it was worth the wait. The last 2 days, the energy in this city's been awesome. Merci, Montréal. Congratulations to all the players that are going to hear their names in the next 2 days. Understand that it's just the beginning. It's probably the easy part. What's ahead of you is going to be much harder. And for the guys that don't hear your name, it's okay. It's not the end. You just keep pushing. You match work ethic with will, you can accomplish anything.
Nice words by St. Louis.
Merci beaucoup. Amusez-vous ce soir. Et go, let's go.
That was cool. Okay. Back to 0. Stuart Shaw.
Merci, Martin. Why can't I get some of that? Anyway, thank you to Jeff Molson and the entire Canadiens organization for being such terrific hosts. My thanks as well to Mayor Valerie of the City of Montreal for the warm welcome you have extended.
I wonder if Gary gets booed on the street when he walks in Montreal or any other city, really.
To all of the draft-eligible prospects who are here in the Bell Center and on your hockey journey thus far. Good luck as you wait to hear your names called over the next 2 days. And thank you to all of
What's
the
Twitter
parents,
saying?
family members, friends, and coaches whose support was essential to every one of these hockey journeys. Finally, welcome to those watching on TVR Sports, Sportsnet, ESPN, and the NHL Network. La première sélection Etienne
Here we go.
Canadien de Montréal. The first selection in the 2022 NHL Draft belongs to the Montreal Canadiens.
Okay.
Montreal, à vous la parole. Montreal, you are on the clock.
Some interesting suits fashion at that table there. Ken Hughes hasn't even gotten up out of his chair yet. I wonder if Marty's going to make this pick.
I truly believe that every player in the NHL should have an opportunity
Saku Koivu
to play for the Montreal Canadiens.
Okay, so this is an intro video. And I guess Martin St. Louis will be standing there and ready for the pick when this finishes. We're already almost 50 minutes in. That's amazing.
A fantastic ovation for Martin Lafleur, for Tanya Bossy, and for Martin St. Louis. And a good point he brought up, gentlemen. Undrafted. If your name is not called in the next 2 days, your NHL dream
excuse me.
doesn't necessarily die. So that's a good
I yawn a lot. My apologies, not because I'm bored, it's because I have a new baby girl.
Give us a sense of the anticipation, but also what we might
Still, no one at the table for the Canadiens is moving.
Pick a list of 10 names that'll comfortably fill those 10 spots, but after that, there are no discernible edges, and that's what makes this thing interesting.
They're like,
right now, is this Slavkovsky, is it right? Maybe Logan Cooley. Pretty awesome. We still don't know.
Well, the one guy that I would look to in part of this
no one's even talking at the table. Obviously, they know who they're going to pick.
Spent a lot of time over in Europe. He came over from the New York Rangers.
Canadiens have had the first overall pick 6 times. Most by any franchise in NHL history. That's a cool little stat. Worst record in the NHL, 55 points. Last season, third lowest in point percentage in franchise history for Montreal.
But at the same time, excited about the opportunity. It doesn't get any better than this, fellas, right here in Montreal.
I'll just say one thing. It's hard to teach big. Softcover this big. He's a big man, and he reminds you a little bit of Araujo.
6'4", 229. Whatever happens, we're going to see some history here. Shane Wright would be the highest pick ever from the Kingston Frontenacs, their OHL team. Erica Branson, Chris Granton were selected third overall. Or Juraj Slafkovsky could be the highest pick Slovakian.
Let's do it. Come on. Enough of the foreplay.
Third overall back in 2000.
But you have to love either player you're going to get. In order to win a Stanley Cup, you need both of those types of players. You need happiness on the wing, but you also need those two-way centers. You look at Bergeron, you look at guys like Jagger, both very successful.
Yeah, it's like an NHL game there right now with all the fans in there. Here they go. Everyone getting up from the table. Going to the stage. Here we are. Getting her started. Do I take out the eraser, or do I just leave his name up there? What do you think? Let's try and bring the board in a little closer. Better. I need to get myself a better webcam.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir à nos partisans.
Will there be a riot if he doesn't say Shane Wright? That's the question.
Aussi, souhaiter bienvenue aux espoirs et leurs familles. I would like to thank and welcome all the prospects and their families to Montreal. On behalf of the Montreal Canadiens organization, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchman family and to the San Jose Sharks for the untimely passing of Brian. Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche. Avec notre premier choix,
here we go.
Repêchage with our first pick
in
the 2022 NHL Draft. Les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de repêcher from the Slovakian national team and TPS Turku, Juraj Slafkovsky.
Wow, I did jinx them. I totally jinxed it. Holy cow. Shane Wright is not going first, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Juraj Slafkovsky. Holy cow.
A beautiful moment for Juraj Slafkovsky and his family. The Olympic MVP and maybe cemented as number one overall pick with 2 goals in the bronze medal game versus Sweden, the highest pick Slovakian ever. We didn't know how it was going to go. Now that it's happened,
Wow. Holy cow. I want to see Shane Wright's face right now, too. That's just poor guy. Wow. Starts off with a bang. Here we go.
Picks up the MVP, 7 goals in 7 games. Comes back after that.
Number 1. Wow.
Really good in the playoffs. Immense worlds. And now you're looking at a guy with 70-plus games of experience against men in high-level competition. And I think that's what sold the Montreal Canadiens to make him number 1.
Wow. Well, I mean, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise, but still. Everyone had Shane Wright going first. All right, so Slafkovsky, 6'4", 224 pounds, left winger. They say best case scenario for him in Hockey News is Jamie Benn. Now what did they say? The young powerhouse served notice at the Olympics when he led the underdog Slovakia to the bronze medal, with earning himself the MVP honors. Blah blah blah. They've already said that. For a kid who had struggled to produce early in the Finnish league this season, his first campaign against pro man, it should be noted, it was a nice award in the minds of the NHL scouts. It was nice to see his scoring touch at the Olympics. Blah 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 blah. He's big. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's 100 kilos of pure dynamite. He's rated number 1 amongst Euro skaters as well. Big guy, 6'4", 224 pounds.
What about the players up front? You know, the Ben Sherratt trade brought Tyus Melanek along with the transfer from Wisconsin to Quinnipiac. Emil Heinemann, the Toffoli trade, he joins the Montreal Canadiens organization. But now,
see if I can bring this
prospect for the Montreal Canadiens is Ray Slafkovsky,
even closer.
With Carolyn Cameron.
The second selection in the 2020.
Here we go, number 2.
Your eyes went wide when you heard your name called. With so much speculation in a 2-horse race for first overall, when did you get a sense that it might be you?
Actually, it was sometime after the World Champions when I was on Combine. I felt like they were pretty interested. And yeah, today's meeting, I just didn't know what to expect. And I think it was good. And
all right. Wow.
Well, after you won bronze at the Olympics, you got some special messages.
Okay, New Jersey, Arizona, Seattle. New Jersey. New Jersey. That's cool. Chara giving him a congratulation video.
What does it mean to hear that from today, Chara?
We got here Arizona, Seattle.
And now you're the first Slovakian to ever be drafted first overall. What do you think the celebration is like right now in Slovakia?
I think people are crazy. Yeah, they have to be.
Oh. Yeah, maybe I'll push this back. All right. And they're showing some video footage here.
Competition he's playing against. You see, he does a great job here. Circles out of the corner after the forecheck, no problem. Put it into the back of the net. Here, a little bit of space, anticipation, picks off a puck. Oh no, I'm not going to go to the short side. I'm going to use those great hands and that reach to extend past the goaltender. No problem here as well. Off the post and in, going to the blocker side. Thank you very much. I mean, it's amazing what's happened to this country here in such a short time. And you think about their first ever medal at the Olympics. This is a large reason why.
Well, they're dancing in Bratislava right now, but remember this great player, Peter Stastny, a Hockey Hall of Famer. He could shoot the puck. He could dominate you physically. He was great on face-off plays. We talk about Slafkovsky and the power game. Where do you think he got it? Watching tapes of Peter Stastny. I'm not trying to say he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but man, oh man, Stastny was a dominant big-body player, and I think you're right, Slafkovsky could be much the same because of his ability to dominate the puck, create chances off the forecheck, drive to the net, and not be overrun by anybody.
All right, well, a historic moment.
Wow.
It was mostly cheers here in Montreal for that pick. There was a smattering maybe of surprise, but it was mostly cheers. And look at this list, Jason, that he follows in. Wickenheiser, Lafleur, Uhl, etc. Big feet there and big shoes to follow. And
just that, I mean, they could use a center. I mean, everyone could use a center.
Locked in to Shane Wright.
Well,
That's unbelievable.
No, to be perfectly honest. I mean, they are kind of stacked in the middle of the ice right now. I will say this, if they do go with Shane Wright in this slot, I think it's going to open up some opportunities for active NHL bodies on the New Jersey Devils to be moved out in short order so that they can put some other boys in their lineup. If they pick Wright and Ishire or Wright and Hughes, most likely, are going to be the two guys.
New Jersey is actually talking about this. Like, there's a chance they might not pick Shane Wright.
Expect New Jersey to move out somebody else.
All right, let's get back on the floor. We have Elliot Friedman and Henry.
New Jersey's just coming up in a couple seconds, so just take us through the final decision.
Well, I had mentioned it earlier this week. We were down to 3 prospects, and we felt like we had done a real thorough review of them. Both,
Fix the lights. There's Kent Hughes talking.
I would say probably Wednesday morning, we seated the group was at a point where we were definitely leaning toward Uri, and we wanted to meet him one more time, ask some important questions that we feel needed to be answered. He passed with flying colors, and here we are.
Is there anything particular he said that convinced you?
You know what? It's more, he's got a really dynamic personality. He's very charismatic, but we asked him a certain question, like, what is the best moment for you in hockey? And he said, when we're winning by a goal or losing by a goal and the game's on the line.
Congratulations, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Devils are up next.
Yeah, the Canadians have their guy, Elliot, and now New Jersey's stepping to the
Here we go.
Executive VP Hall of Famer Mark
New Jersey's
Campbell
picking.
expected to make the announcement with the number.
So if you've
2
missed it,
pick
Slavoski goes
and
first.
NHL draft. Let's take a look and a listen
Wow.
to the Devils on the podium.
I thought Montreal could have used some more centermen, but will New Jersey even pick right now? I mean, you would think they would, but because they're clogged up the middle, but we'll see. This will be intriguing for sure. Jesus, look on, there's like 15 people on stage for Jersey. Sante, here we go. Number 2.
Bonsoir, Montréal.
Oh, Martin Brodeur is making the pick for Jersey. That's cool.
J'aimerais remercier la ville de Montréal, Jeffrey Molson et le Canadien de Montréal pour la belle hospitalité pour toute la semaine. Merci beaucoup. Also, I'd like to say hi to all our fans back in New Jersey at the Stone Pony at a draft party. Pour nommer la sélection de nouvelle assistante gérante Kate Madigan.
Who you got? Who you got?
Et avec le deuxième choix, the Devils du New Jersey, the second selection, the New Jersey Devils, proud to select, from Nitra, Simon Nemec.
Whoa! Holy! Oh my God! Shane Wright is now slid to number 3. Simon Nemec, number 2. He is a right shot defenseman, 6'1", 192 pounds. The Hockey News rates him best case scenario to Miro Heiskanen. Wow. Pierre McGuire. What an arrogant prick. You gotta love to hate him. Let you listen in here.
So the truth of the matter is, he's not a neophyte. He is a strong, big-bodied player. What I think you have to understand here is that when we look at this draft class, there's not a lot of separation between players. And so every general manager is going to say, all right, we're going to take the best player available. But when you have this situation where there's not a lot of separation, you can address a positional need. Jason, you talked a little bit about their center depth. They got Zach at the very back.
Right shot defenseman. Wow.
I mean, you have that position filled, so why not address something up
Wow.
your biggest needs, and that's exactly
Arizona's gonna pick Shane Wright. Holy cow! How is he feeling about that right now? Gonna go play in a less than 5,000 person stadium next season. Wow! Shane Wright just landed in Arizona's lap. Well, maybe they won't go after Matthews after all. And was it a 2-year time? That's wow.
Before that, they had 3 first-rounders. Alexander Holtz goes 7th overall. Dawson Mercer, who's already in the NHL. The only
I can't wait to look back at this draft in like 3 years, 4 years time. See how these kids have turned out.
Cementing the future of that blue line. Hughes and Holtz are
Amazing.
Ethan Edwards at University of Michigan, he's a good depth defenseman for them as well. But as Pierre just mentioned, this is a very elite pick for the Devils.
Wow. Huh.
It absolutely is. And
Nemec has decent size and has put up good numbers. His offensive upside is why you're drafting him.
D-man, a playmaker, and again, the number 2 overall pick.
They call him an analytics dream.
Their guy. He's heading towards Carolyn Cameron, I believe. But very exciting moment.
Okay, so they're going to go interview him, blah, blah, blah.
I think what's really cool about this situation is you go back to Canada playing against Slovakia at the Worlds. That was a 5-1 win for Canada. Nemec had an assist in that. And after the game, one of the Canadian players said, hey, we'll see you in the show next year, bud.
Let's send it back to the floor. Carolyn Cameron.
Simon, the second overall pick to the New Jersey Devils. You're shaking your head. Did it surprise you?
I was surprised because it was amazing for
He's
me.
from Slovakia, by the way, and that's 2 picks in a row from Slovakia. That's got to be the first time ever that's happened. Let's see what else they say about Nemec. They don't see any discernible flaws in his game, but they don't see anything that gets them super excited either. He does everything so well and so efficiently without being overly dynamic or exceptional in any one area. This is all by the Hockey News, by the way. Said one scout, it's not just fun to talk about him. There are not a lot of weaknesses, but that doesn't mean Nemec doesn't have a bright future. He has played well all season against men in the Slovak League. He has definitely got a lot more offensive bent in his game than David Urich, but he's not nearly as physical. And they're showing some footage of him right now in the Slovak Men's League. He's a power play quarterback with elite vision, is what they're saying. More of a distributor than a shooter. He's executive in all 3 zones. Interesting. You don't get by him because he's in good position with stick on puck. He's just a good, safe, solid guy. This guy's nothing going to wow people, but he's going to play a long time in a top 4 role. Wow, I can't believe they didn't pick Shane Wright. I know, again, Devils are full of centers, but still, they could have traded somebody out. You know, it just seems too tempting to let Shane Wright go by like that. That's amazing. Wow. Arizona's doing backflips right now. And if they pass him by, the Kraken are right afterwards. Nick Dunford, whoa! He must have been balls in the interviews. I just saw your comment now. Is that you still there? Were you talking about Slavoski or Nemec, Nick?
And again, Marian Gaborik, 22 years ago, had been the highest pick out of Slovakia, but that record's been shut.
Oh, right. You're saying right? Yeah, must have had a real shitty interview. Maybe. I guess that's very possible. For him to slide 2 spots. He's been projected number 1. I know they've been arguing about number 1 for a while, but still. Wow. Maybe Shane Wright's been giving off some oh my God, who was that first round pick for the Oilers way back when? He's not even playing in the league anymore. I know his name, I just can't think of it right now. Remember when he scored his first goal? He skated right out to middle ice and did one of those. Yakupov? Yeah. Here we go.
Again, Arizona, just 1 playoff appearance in the last 10 years. All sorts of trouble.
Oh my God! If Shane Wright gets picked, I'm really just focused on his face. Focus on his face as he gets up there. Oh wow! Maybe Shane has got like an ego problem or something. Wow.
Bonjour. My name is Javier Gutierrez. I'm the president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes. On behalf of owner Alex Morello, the Morello family, and the entire Arizona Coyotes organization, we'd like to thank the Montreal Canadiens and the great city of Montreal for your hospitality this week. We'd also like to congratulate the Colorado Avalanche on winning the Stanley Cup.
The Colorado Avalanche. He was drinking before he came in.
And we'd also like to share a moment of condolences to the
yeah, they need Shane Wright to fill those 500 seats.
Fans back in Arizona, many of whom are watching us at Wild Horse Pass Casino. Thank you for your quarter century of support, loyalty, and dedication. To our corporate and community partners, thank you for being always part
I mean, maybe
to Arizona State
seeing a hockey game in a less than 5,000 seat stadium might be pretty exciting. I mean, who knows? But still, why? A lot of them are wearing the same color suit. I don't know if any of you are watching this. Yeah, they are wearing the exact same suit and tie, except for the owner. That's really strange. Or three of them are.
From the U.S. National Development Program, Logan Cooley.
Wow! Oh, Shane Wright falls again. Holy cow! That's amazing. Logan Cooley, centerman, shoots left. He's rated number 2 from North American skaters, 5'11", 174 pounds. Goes number 3 from Arizona. I can't believe Shane Wright has fallen so hot. Wow. They say he's the best case scenario for Logan Cooley is Matthew Barzal. Arizona hockey, Mean Girl Hockey says they're in a cult. Yeah, quite possibly. You may have got something there. He's the highest Pennsylvania-born player selected in the draft. Logan Cooley. Is Shane Wright? Now this is the question: is Shane Wright happy or sad right now at this very particular moment when they called Logan Cooley to the stage for Arizona? I mean, I'm not trying to dump on the Coyotes, but wow, he must have had like a Neil Yakupov interview. Right, Shane Wright I'm talking about. That's amazing. I got to catch up to my board here. Logan Cooley.
Let's get to Kyle. Well, Jeff, the word is around the U.S. program is that this is a guy that
Cooley.
went from a boy to a man.
And he's a left shot centerman.
Some of the trainers around the facility, they feel they don't know Logan Cooley very well because anytime they went to him to make a suggestion, some coaching about technique or...
And that's a first centerman drafted right now, too.
They didn't have to go talk to him again. Very much the same case on the ice.
Unbelievable. So Wright's got to go to Seattle. He's gotta. What's Nick saying here? At this point, if you're not number 1, go somewhere with a chance. Still makes you wonder if there are deals we don't know about.
This guy, exceptional status, an exceptional player, CHL Rookie of the Year as a 16-year-old, and he's still waiting. Your thoughts here, Sam?
Well, it's absolutely fascinating. You can see Shane, he's a little bit rattled by what's happened too, but I can tell you something right now.
They're picturing Shane. He just got this stone look on his face.
For the upcoming National Hockey League season. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here.
Okay, we have a
This is.
trade situation.
Oh, we have a trade. Here we go.
What's happening?
Turning it up.
You're losing some energy, but I have 2 trades to...
2? Not 4. 2.
You want to hear the 2 trades? They involve the Canadians.
Gary's such a... Oh, wow. Okay. Canadians made a couple of trades.
Montreal Canadiens trade Alexander Romanov and pick number 98 in this year's draft to the New York Islanders in exchange for pick number 13 in this year's draft. Trade number 2.
Starting to be a fan favorite here.
Montreal trades picks number 13 and 66 in this year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for Kirby Dach.
Huh. Montreal gets Kirby Dach.
And with that, the fourth selection in the 2022 NHL Draft belongs to the Seattle Kraken. Seattle, you're on the clock.
Interesting. Romanov to the Islanders. Really? He was going to be a good defenseman. I'm not sure they're not going to regret that. But they're picking number 13 overall again, so. Snap Romanov is a good pickup. Yeah, I know.
I mean, this new manager group, the full problem, they've shown that, hey, we're going to go with what we want to do. We got Slavkovsky, we need Kirby Dach, we're going to speed this thing up, and they're doing it.
Wow. Let me know if the volume's too high on the broadcast or too low or whatever. It's Pierre Dorian. It's
Kirby Dach now, he's a legitimate number 2 center to play behind Suzuki. That's big time. The Canadiens are proactive, and it's going to help the rebuild tremendously. They have to score goals.
Pierre Maguire talking. So.
Their odds of scoring more goals. I'm a Romanov fan, though. Full disclosure, big, heavy defenseman.
Yeah, I can't believe they traded him for the number 13. Well, Islanders want to win now. I think this past season was a blip for them. I can't believe they traded Trotz. So, I mean, getting Romanov for them makes sense for the 13th pick. For Montreal, but why, Romanov's young. Why wouldn't you keep him? I don't get that. They're really going scorched earth in Montreal. Although they picked up Kirby Dach.
Logan, your brother Eric, he gave you advice to
I don't know.
in the moment. So
I don't know how excited I am for Montreal about that pickup, really. What else Nick's saying here? Especially with Petrie on the way out. Right, yeah.
Highest pick ever
Yeah,
Pittsburgh. I know you're probably thinking of a lot of people who got you here.
Petrie's most likely going to go. Romanov was super young. He was a fan favorite. He hit a lot. Sure, he made some mistakes here and there, but he's his first. It's still early in his career. Like I don't get that trade for Montreal.
All right, Carolyn.
I get it for the Islanders. Oh, Pierre Maguire's talking again. I'm gonna turn it down. Oh my God! One of his useless stories by Pierre Maguire. Pierre's stories are just like, Pierre, why are you talking? Why? Cooley is the highest drafted Pittsburgh-born player. Okay, here we go. Kraken are getting ready to pick here.
Matty Benier is a number 2 pick. He's been sensational, Sammy. They could add offense, they could add defense.
I don't have any Seattle magnets, so that's an NHL magnet. I don't know if you can even make these out here. Probably barely.
Number 4. Are they going to trade the pick? What are they going to do? They can address a number of needs, as you mentioned. But I have to think, if you're sitting there and Shane Wright hasn't gone yet, you'd be hard-pressed to pass him by in this spot.
Shane Wright's like, am I going to get picked now or what? Yeah, there you go. Shane Wright goes 4th to the Kraken. He's probably happy he can go to Arizona. Again, no offense to Coyote fans. But, yeah, I'm sure he's happy about that. So number 4 Wow, slid all the way to 4. Goes to the Seattle Kraken. All right, so I don't need to tell you about this guy, right? He's a centerman. He shoots right. 6 foot 185 pounds. Rated number 1 by the North American skaters. Best case scenario, they said Nico Hershiser from the Devils. That's what the Hockey News said, so I find it a little strange. I was like, Nico Hershiser, he's okay. But I mean, he seems, from what I've heard, more dynamic than that.
He's a right shot guy. He wins faceoffs. He does just about everything that is required.
You shut up while I talk about him.
You need these type of players. And while he might not provide the same type of offense you get from Logan Cooley or Juraj Slafkovsky, it's super important to have that guy who can play in every situation for you. Jake can do that.
The chief scout of the Seattle Kraken is Robert Cron, Coach Robert Cron. He's a fantastic 200-foot player. But the general manager of the Seattle Kraken, I also had the privilege.
Shane Wright, there we go. Finally. I don't know if you were. What's Nick saying here? It's a franchise that needs to start. Not a bad way to be. Yeah. He's a two-way guy, responsible, plays in all situations. Why was he rated number 1 for so long then? It just seems odd. And like Nick was mentioning earlier in the draft, he must have not interviewed well.
They're looking for everything. Was it believed that the player they coveted was Simon Nemec? He went 2nd overall to the New Jersey Devils. But look at this view. Ron Francis and Shane Wright. Matt Beniers will be a full-time NHLer next season. They drafted Matty Beniers 2nd overall, 9 points in 10 NHL games. That guy is legit. And think about this, guys. For the next 10 years,
this will humble the kid, that's for sure.
You're going to see Matty Beniers, and when he joins the NHL, and that is a question too, you're going to have Matty Beniers and Shane Wright right up the middle.
Wow, that's going to be a good center line depth for Seattle. Beniers and Wright.
A couple on the back end, but this is a really nice bit of business that Ron Francis just did. Shane Wright standing by.
Phillies on. Oh, this is an interview I want to hear. This is the interview I want to hear.
Headed into this draft, how does it feel now to know where you're calling home in the NHL?
Feels incredible. Obviously, it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be drafted by an incredible franchise. Obviously, it's the new franchise to NHL, and they got a lot of positive outcomes, a lot of positive prospects into the system, and really excited to be a part of it. Really excited to be a Seattle Kraken, and couldn't be happier.
You told me
he's so nervous right now.
Leading up to this draft year, that it was a year of personal growth for you. How so?
Yeah, I think I definitely learned a lot about myself. Just about my resiliency. Responding to adversity. Obviously, had a lot of adversity. During the pandemic and the COVID year, and then obviously this year as well. A lot of expectations, a lot of pressure. So, just proud of myself for what I had everything. Really proud of myself for growing as a person, and happy with how everything turned out.
Well, congratulations and good luck in Seattle. Here's Elliot Friedman with your new GM.
I was making a joke with Ron Francis, two-way center out of the Ontario Hockey League, and you made a good point. Pick number 4 for both of you.
Yeah, it was pick number 4. No, I think anytime you're starting a franchise, you're looking to get centerman. It's really hard to get. And the guy Shane's calling, and we're really excited to bring him into our.
You always wonder, you sort of dial it out. You say
Friedman talking to Francis right now.
Yeah, actually, we played it out a few different ways, and we thought this could be a possibility, something we're excited if it was going to happen, and we're excited that it did happen for us.
Thanks very much, Ron. Congratulations.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Dave?
All right, it's Sam. This is the elite group he's a part of.
In the OHL, didn't play at all last year. So you look at the exceptional players that have come before him where they've had that additional year.
Interesting.
And the number of games played,
Interesting.
Right, significantly less than everybody else. And I think that's something that's really going to...
Yeah, the COVID outbreak really hurt him in the first half of the season.
Draft -1 developmental year. It's absolutely huge. Yes, you can go and work out. Yes, you can get on the ice and do skills and all those things. But missing games is key. And I think I harken back to the under-18s where he's absolutely brilliant. And think about
talking about right now.
The details in this game. All right, high defensive zone, make an interception, get it back going the other way. Eyes in the back of my head. I know there's a trailer there. No problem. Let's get it over and make an easy goal here. Shane Wright, yeah, I see a lot of different options, but the best one here is for me to shoot the puck. I think when he's at his best, which was at that under 18s, he makes everyone else around him better. And one thing I'll say about this pick for Seattle, they have a lot of former head scouts in their staff. Robert Prine, you talked about Darren Yopp was Minnesota. Mike Dawson was with Carolina as well. So was Chris McDonald with Vancouver. Those two guys are based in Kingston. So they would have seen everything of Shane Wright.
They got some better light happening here.
There are a lot of good things there. Going back to this past year with the Kingston front.
Absolutely. That's a really good point, by the way. You can't have enough information. They probably watched a lot of practices, too.
You know, any extra viewings you can get, especially in these odd times.
Okay.
Value. So that's a very strong possibility.
So Shane Wright has a home in Seattle. Again, they're going to love his offense. They're going to love his leadership more than anything else. You heard Ron France.
Okay, Shane Wright falling all the way to number 4. We'll see if he's the next Nail Yakubov. Won't we? I don't think that'll be the case, but it's just weird he slid that hard.
We'll be hearing from him in a matter of moments as well.
Philly is up next.
So much character with this young man. And I go back to,
and now Kraken's got Beignet and
John Mills Flyers. They won the
and Wright down the middle.
GTHL player of the year as an under.
It could be a really good team, and
like he's a guy who was 20 years old.
3 years ish.
Shocked the Montreal Canadiens. They met him on
Give or
6
take.
different occasions. They tried to find.
They keep drafting like
His
this.
character, it was impossible to find everywhere he's been.
Here we go, Philly.
Philadelphia Flyers would like to welcome Jasmine Martinez from Ed Snyder Youth Hockey and Education to make our first pick.
Here we go. Flyers on deck. So the first 4 ranked players are all off.
With the 5th overall
by the
pick,
Hockey News
the
anyway.
Philadelphia Flyers are proud to pick Cutter Gauthier.
Cutter Gauthier. Okay, he was thought to go higher. He was ranked 9th originally by the Hockey News. He's a left shot, left winger, 6'3", 189 pounds. No, ranked number 3 in North American skaters. He's from Sweden. And the best case scenario, hockey. The Hockey News has him is best case scenario is Braden Shen type player.
The fact that he's come
Here we go. They're talking about him now.
Admitted that he's going to probably move to the center ice position at BC. That was a game changer coming out of the combine. Good information that BC plans to play him there as well. This kid has the quickest release in the draft. He's ambidextrous. He shared that with us at the combine as well. In tight quarters, when he gets it, it's off his stick quickly. Another big body who can box opponents out. So he doesn't need a lot of space to score goals. If he plays the center ice position and he's got speed off the rush with size, this is a really solid pick for Philly, something to build around.
We spoke to Mike Ayers, who's the assistant coach that recruited him out of the U.S. National Team Development Program. He is definitely playing center. He's not playing the way they already told Cutter Gauthier that. The interesting thing, we saw Cutter Gauthier's father, Cam. His father played with Greg Brown in Leksand, Sweden as professional. Greg Brown's the new head coach at Boston College.
Isn't that something? You have all these different connections, but if you just take a step back and you're looking at it from a big picture, what do you think about when you think about the Philadelphia Flyers? Big, heavy, tough to play against.
Gauthier, 6'3", 189 pounds. They have him listed as left wing, but they're saying they're definitely probably going to play him at center.
And again, one of those studs on the U.S. National Team Development Program. Again, a lot of excitement surrounding that U.S. team and the prospects that they're bringing into the National Hockey League.
To be fair, though, this player's not ready to play in the National Hockey League right now. He needs time and going to Boston College. By the way, for those that are listening in Kitchener, his OHL rights are owned by the Kitchener.
They're saying he's not. He probably won't play next year. There you go. There's your top 5 so far. We're going to commercial break here. Not me, obviously. But let's see what they say about Cutter Gauthier, who was just picked by the Flyers. He's listed as a left winger. He did play center this year when top NDTB pivot Logan Cooley left for the World Juniors. Gauthier thrived in the role, which speaks to his versatility. As one of the bigger top-end forwards in the team, the Boston College commit is providing a lot of fodder for NHL executives as they ponder his value versus that of smaller teammates Frank Nazar. Yeah, there's no debate that the power forward style played by Gauthier is coveted around the league. He has a lot of skills to back it up. A pro release, can really shoot the puck. He worked on being a better penalty killer, got some shorthanded goals where he beat the goalie clean. He's physical, doesn't shy away, and has a good pro frame. The game is fast now, but you have to be strong. He's got a lot of pro tools. Okay, there we go. There's your top 5. That was a BioSteel commercial with Nick Camilleri. All right. What's everybody drinking right now? It's only, well, it's 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. It's my time, not Pacific time, because I run on my own time. Let's see what Twitter is saying here. Load. We're an hour and 30 minutes into the sucker right now. What are you saying there, Nick? Wine, man. Some of us are proper French Canadians. I'm wearing this because they're picking first overall. That's a tradition. I just wear the jersey or the shirt of the team picking first overall. This is my favorite team. You want to see my favorite team? This is my favorite team. But it's off in the corner where you probably like them. Where I'm sure you would concur with that. Wine, yeah. I don't trust myself to pick good wine. I'm not like I'm totally ignorant about wine. I know beer a lot better. Well, it's where they out themselves. Put. Obviously, you have the day off. Well, that's good. It's nice outside. The draft. Did you actually book these days off, Nick, for the draft, or you just not happen to be working today? We're back from the commercial break. Columbus is making their way to the stage here. Columbus picking at number 6. Let's see what they do. No kids and no work. Nice. Hope your feet are in a kiddie pool or something. Here we go. John Davidson is picking for Columbus.
Thank you very much to the Molson family for putting on and hosting a great time. We would like to say hello to our fans at Pins Easton. Thank you very much, Fifth Line, for being great supporters. With our first pick, I would like to introduce our general manager, Jarmo Kekalainen.
Okay, Kekalainen's picking. Here we are.
6th overall pick, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Czech Pilsen David Jiricek.
David Jiricek. He was ranked number 5 overall by the Hockey News.
Fantastic emotion there with David Jiricek.
Yeah, he's from the Czech Republic. He's a right shot defenseman, 176 pounds, 6'3". Best case scenario, Hockey News has him as a Mark-Edward Vlasic kind of player. I'll shut up for a second while they talk about him.
He's not a one-trick pony. He can do things offensively. For his reach and his length in his game, he makes plays close to his body. I call them pocket plays. So he's elusive in tight areas. He can walk the line in the offensive zone. He's got a big shot. His balance and his strength, his core strength, has a long way to go to be an NHL-ready defenseman. But this is a sound pick in this slot.
Sam, I have a question for you. He had knee surgery this year. How does he come out of it?
Well, I think he came out of it at the end of the year. He's able to get into some games and actually played 5 of the 10 games that Czechia played in the men's world. That was hugely important for his confidence and knowing just what it's going to take to move forward. And you talk about building that strength, that's going to be huge to avoid future injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. He needs more volume, right? And is it going to take place over in Europe again next year, or is this a player that we'll see in North America at the further development? Time will tell.
Probably not ready to play in the NHL just yet, but a guy, especially coming off a year where he had that knee injury, happened against Canada at the World Juniors. Great to see him come back and apply himself, though, in the men's world. All right, Jeff.
So last year at the draft, an absolute bonanza for the Columbus Blue Jackets and their general manager, Jarmo Kekalainen, Kent Johnson, and Cole
Columbus
Silver.
has another early pick here, too.
Legit pro. That's 1-2 for that
So if
team.
Columbus gets another,
So
right shot
the next 10
defensemen are
years,
really
it's
flying
begun.
off the board here
2020,
early.
Kekalainen shocked everybody, taking Yegor Chinnikov, who ended up playing 62 games this season. But we wondered about the back end. Carson Quillen, top prospect on the back end, along with Samuel Konachko from the Seattle Thunderbirds. Now, as much as they think they may need to shore up and complement with more scoring forwards, now they're really starting to shore up that back end, guys. Juracek now becomes the number one prospect on the blue line for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Chicago up next.
And he says his favorite tennis player is Rafael Nadal, so he's gone through some injury woes. He had to drop out of Wimbledon today. But as you mentioned,
So what do they say about this guy? He had a serious knee injury sustained in the World's Juniors, derailed for much of the season, which was a shame because his stock was on the rise. He's not considered an elite skater, but his feet won't be a deterrent to him making it. And while he's capable of providing a modicum, of offense, his calling card will be his ability to shut down opposing forwards. He's kind of a throwback that way, said another scout. He's a big body who hits people. He's a hard guy to play against. Guys don't like being on the ice against him. Boring quote, boring quote. So he'll probably be a top 4 guy. Now he's being interviewed. I don't think we need to hear this. Really? I can turn it up if you want.
He's from Czech and very good organization. So.
A lot of Eastern Europeans going early here. The first 2 were Slovaks. One from Czech Republic. One Swede. One American and one Canadian. So, Nick, what do you think of the Montreal? I guess we already talked about that, the Montreal trades. Are you happy about Kubalik? What do you think about the Kubalik trade? And they're showing some Juracek footage here. I don't know if you want to listen in on this or not.
Here's what I'm talking about is balance. If you saw there's a little bit of a hiccup when he's trying to defend on the outside, or strength, a little bit.
Anyways, they're showing footage.
Again, scoring from range. 2 different goals in these clips. One
Wow.
from the slot, one from longer range.
Chicago is up at number 7. He is the highest drafted Czech-born defenseman. Interesting. Oh, it's naming them. That was Hammerlick was the highest. Klesla, the second highest. Savoda, the third highest, and then this guy.
He plays for the Regina Pats. They're good buddies. And anytime you get a situation where you can walk into a room or a camp and feel more comfortable.
Pierre Maguire. What do we all think of Pierre Maguire being on this Sportsnet panel? Formerly of the Ottawa Senators after less than a year. Formerly of NBC for a long time. He worked for TSN for a bit until he had that really weird, awkward argument with, oh my God, that former goalie who's now a commentator for the St. Louis Blues. I can't think of his name right now. Anyway. What's Nick saying? No, they're losing out too much on the back end. Yeah. But what about Kubalik, the forward that they're acquiring? What do you think about the Canadians getting him from Chicago? I'm not excited about that. Are you?
We're going to hear from Kyle Davidson, the Hawks GM, as Chicago gets ready to make the first of 2.
Here we go. Chicago's on the stage.
At the 2022 NHL entry draft.
Montreal? I don't know.
Merci Montréal pour votre accueil. Thank you, Montreal.
Maybe he'll have a rebound season. Kubalik, I mean, but
the amazing fans here today who make this such a special event. We'd like to say hello to all of our fans back in Chicago and specifically the Highland Park.
don't see why they just didn't keep the pick.
With the 7th overall pick,
Here we go.
the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Kevin Korchinski.
Kevin Korchinski. He's ranked number 13 by the Hockey News.
Kevin Korchinski out of the WHL in Seattle, 6'2", 185 pounds from Saskatoon. Congratulations to him. Your thoughts?
What a huge rise to prominence for this.
You're talking about him. I'll turn it up.
Who will have a couple more of his players selected, maybe even one more tonight, but for sure a couple tomorrow. And
he's a left shot defenseman.
61 assists, third in all of the
6'2",
65 points in total. That's the
175 pounds.
Really he's got a bomb of a shot as he's put on display there. Works well with the one-timer. He's not afraid to.
They compare him to Tyson Berry in the Hockey News. That doesn't really entice me.
Takes a little step back, buys himself a little space
because of his defensive weakness is so big.
I like this piece of business by Kyle Davidson because you're a new general manager. You go out, you get.
I didn't think this guy would get picked this high.
Korchinski as your guy, but you make sure you get high enough to be able to ensure that you get him. So. Really gutsy move here by some new general managers in their first time.
Okay, let's get him on the board.
All right. Playing in Seattle by the name of Shea Theodore.
Yes.
This guy reminds me a lot of Shea Theodore, who's just ripping it up with the Vegas Golden Knights.
Oh, they're comparing. McGuire's comparing him to Shea Theodore, which is a lot better than Tyson Berry. I think.
Analytic darling. His exits and his entries are phenomenal.
And his father, Larry, played in the WHL back in the 80s, and a massive jump for him over the last 2 months. Let's get down to the floor and hear from Kyle.
All right, David. Well, Sam mentioned earlier Matt Odette, the head coach in Seattle. He's the one who talked about over the 12 to 18 months of Korchinski in Seattle. He went from 5'10" to 6'2". The head coach and his staff often come into the building around 7 a.m. and already at that time they hear the thud of the shooting tarp. That was Kevin Korchinski putting in the work early and often, and he feels as he has grown, he's actually grown into his
Detroit's up
stride,
next.
a little bit of a knee-knocking stride early on. Now that he's lengthened out, it's a more smoother stride and a more powerful stride. Now headed to Chicago.
Well, I'd just like to add that you look at the Chicago staff: Brian Campbell, Norm McIver, the new head coach Luke Richardson.
Okay, so what do they say about Korchinski here? I'll read what the Hockey News say about him. Again, 6'2", 175 pounds. He was ranked number 7 for North American skaters. Defenseman who shoots left. He's from Saskatchewan. Playing in Seattle this past year. No one would say he's a physical defenseman, but I don't see him as soft. People see a 6'2" guy who can skate, and his defending is average. He's definitely not as physical, and he's as he needs to be. Definitely not as competitive as he could be. Again, another reason why I'm surprised he's picked this high. We'll see. Maybe he'll prove us all wrong. Obviously. Oh, some Montreal Canadian fans not happy about these past trades here. Korchinski has the most assists by WHL rookie defenseman in a single season since 1983. For you Chicago fans out there. I'm not crazy about the Kubalik pickup for Montreal. I don't and then trading Romanov, a young defender. If you're trading some of the older guys, Petrie or or Anderson or some of the forwards or whatever, I get it, but big contracts. Maybe maybe they were harder to move. But why would you trade Romanov? I don't get that. So Montreal gave their 13th and 66th pick to Chicago for Duck.
A lot of calamity, a lot of good players, but now it's going to go off the rails. Watch. It's going to be crazy.
All right, well, let's hear from the Chicago.
McGuire's saying the picks are going to go off the rails now, so that means me flipping through a lot of pages here.
Kyle Davidson, 2 deals you've made, Doc and DeBrincat. I think the one thing we're all wondering about
Friedman talking to Chicago GM.
You waited. Why did you feel the need to do it now?
I think, it's tough moving an Alex DeBrincat. He's such a good player, but where we are in our rebuild, I think it was essential that we got into the top 10 tonight and got a really quality player. And, I know a lot of people say this, but we got our guy. We did this with the intention of getting Kevin Korchinski in the first round. And so
I don't know about that move.
To that effect,
They traded Doc, and I like what Chicago got back for him.
I think the thing we're all kind of wondering now is...
I'm not crazy about their pick in Korchinski.
Jones, you said the guys with the no-move clauses are not available. Has that changed at all?
The way we're operating is remaining the same. It's you know what, we're going to keep them abreast of what's going on. We're going to keep them posted, but
Patrick Kane,
we're not approaching them on anything, and so we're just going to continue.
Patrick Kane must, I don't know, he's got to be thinking he wants to get out of Chicago now. Wow, Detroit just made a really quick pick. Marco Kaspar.
And that was Marco Kaspar, taken 8th by Detroit. Steve Yzerman making the announcement. The center.
Marco Kaspar. He was ranked 15th by the Hockey News. He's a centerman who shoots left, 6'1", 183 pounds, from Austria. They're talking about him now.
200-foot game. He's another guy that can play the wing and center ice. And what he did is only grow exponentially as the season got harder. His best hockey was played in playoffs. He's had a great program coming out of Robla.
Oh,
the
shit.
brothers there have developed him. And this is a responsible player that I don't know that his ceiling is a top 6 forward. He's definitely a 3F, like a high-end 3F that can do a lot of different things. He's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife secondary scorer.
What's fascinating to me is that this guy has had such a drive to get to this point. At 16 years old, he leaves Austria. He goes to Sweden. He learns the language in 3 months. He decides that, I'm still going to go to school while I'm playing in the SHL, the NHL equivalent over there. So he's sitting beside guys in high school. I got to go on a road trip here. Sorry, boys, I got to go.
Okay, so Kaspar, the Hockey News called him best case scenario at JT Miller.
My goodness, if I think about my children and how I'd be so tough to separate from them to do that.
And Yzerman did not waste any time picking this guy. He models his game after Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk. One of a few players he mentioned there. You're talking about him now?
This is such a Steve Yzerman pick as the rebuild continues. They have the Rookie of the Year and Morris Sider, Lucas Raymond, the future star. We know the general manager, Steve Yzerman, is patient. Last year at the draft, it was Simon Edvinsson. 6th overall, the defenseman we expect to play on the wings this season. Sebastian Cosse, you identify the goaltending, the Oil Kings. He goes 15th overall. The thing about the wings is they have a very high-end talent with their prospect pool. You look up front, Jonathan Bergman, Theodore Niederbach, Elmer Soderblom. But what they need is, as someone from another team just texted me, someone who will go through a wall to win. Lots of teams were high on Marco Kaspar. The Detroit Red Wings were the ones that got him, and he brings an element that few, if any other players in this draft can bring. This is another hit pick from the Red Wings. There's a lot of disappointed general managers on this floor right now that didn't get Marco Kaspar. Let's hear from him.
Marco Kaspar. Okay, they're interviewing the player now. I'll turn it down. Yeah. So Kaspar, I don't know if you heard a lot of that. What do they say about this guy? He played in the juniors, but barely touched the puck because they played Finland and Canada, said one scout. I think he goes high because he has that motor that competes like hell. He goes to the front of the net, and he's got sneaky skill. His stock will depend on what people see in his offense. In more of a two-way guy, or is there a legit point production in his game? There you go. And we're on commercial break. And we're back. Okay. That was a very fast commercial. Almost 2 hours in here. Wow. Highest drafted Austrian-born player. He's eighth.
Talk about Raymond from Sweden, Seiger from Germany, Casper from Austria. That multinational group coming together for Steve Yzerman is something that
Interesting. Yeah, the multinational picks that Yzerman is grabbing is from all over the globe here. Seider being from Germany, et cetera, et cetera. He definitely doesn't have a favorite country.
Jason, let's get your Marco Casper scouting.
That makes sense. You just go for the best player. But if I was a Detroit fan, I'd be very happy with how Yzerman is handling things. Oh, they're talking about him right now. Casper.
That's an agility. Like that play right there, when he can spin up.
Plays a detailed 200-foot game, can score off the rush, can play both center and wing. Actually.
DVR in his game down low around the net for a quick tuck. This kid is going to be hard to play against in hard areas, and he's going to score some goals, but be responsible everywhere else on the ice. He's got more of a North American.
Just talking about Marco Casper.
Coming out of that league right now. A lot of guys
yeah, you don't sleep on Steve Yzerman. He was a big part of the architect. Julian Brisebois done an incredible role in taking him to the finish line in Tampa, but Steve Yzerman built a lot of what we saw Tampa and their back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So we get Detroit has their man in Marco Casper, and maybe the envy of many other teams as you see Shane Doan yucking it up with him right there. And next on the board is the Buffalo Sabres.
Sabres up next. Here we go.
9, 16, and 28, and no one needs to do a better job at this draft than this man, Kevin Adams, because again, they've missed the playoffs 11 straight years.
I got to trust what he's done so far. I thought he did brilliant work in the Jack Eichel trade. He waited patiently for it to make it happen. Got the guys he wanted. Got guys that want to be in Buffalo. That's also a key element of what he's done so far. And he has just grown up through the ranks there, whether it was running Harbor Center and their minor hockey program and their academy.
Buffalo is on the board.
All right, so Buffalo on the clock and Kevin Adams to the podium. Let's hear what the Sabres do.
The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Winnipeg in the Western Hockey League, Matthew Savoy.
Matthew Savoy. Okay, ranked 8th by the Hockey News. He's a right shot center, 5'9". 5'9", 178 pounds. Hockey News best case scenario, Braden Point. They're talking about him here. I'll shut up for a second.
Anything about this guy, Matthew Savoy, is dynamic. Is that fair?
He just pops. When he's out on the ice, and JB, you and I were at the CHL Top Prospects game, and every time he was out there, he was noticeable. He's got that great skating ability. He's got a good lower center of gravity. Some people would have been concerned about that size, but he's got that wide hockey frame, and so he's got a good, solid foundation. He passes it like a pro. Watching him pass is like watching an NHL game. Maybe the underrated part of his game is his ability to shoot the puck. Talk to his teammates, Connor Geek, Connor McLennan. Oh, yeah, this guy can really shoot the puck as well.
They're getting an array of forwards.
Might be the shortest guy in the draft at 5'9".
Casey Middlestead, Alex Tuck, Dylan Cousins. They are building an arsenal of forward-powered Buffalo that's pretty scary.
Absolutely. This kid has Braden Point upside. That's how good he is. I mean, he is electric.
Yep, they're just repeating what I just said.
This is the type of player that sells tickets. He's going to bring people out.
It's nice to be acknowledged.
He's a dynamic offensive talent.
There he is, the newest member of the Buffalo Sabres, and a smaller player, right? 5'9", 170. But again, the comparisons you guys just mentioned, incredible comparisons. And it's all about skill now in the league, not so much size.
Yeah, and the thing about Savoy is he was given concessions by the Western Hockey League to play 21 games as a 15-year-old. That really never happens. He wasn't granted exceptional status, but still made those concessions. And so he comes back the next year to Winnipeg. They're not sure if they're going to start. He makes a move to the USHL right away. Puts up 21 goals, 38 points in 34 games. And I think that was hugely key for his development.
Sportsnet can't keep up with the trades here.
when a lot of guys
They're
don't
up
get
anyway.
that sort of regularity. Then he comes back to Winnipeg. 90 points this year is really telltale of what I think he can be in the future.
I worked with Tyler Ennis this year in Ottawa, and I will tell you one thing. Tyler Ennis says, I work out with this kid, Matt Savoy. He says, man, oh man, is he intense. Buffalo, buckle up.
Well, they have to be enjoying that in St. Albert, Alberta. Matthew Savoy, the 9th overall pick, 9 down, 23 to go. Youth will be served. We'll be seeing these guys on video games soon enough.
Okay, going for a break here, a commercial break. So, Matthew Savoy, he's from Alberta. Centerman who shoots right. I said that already. 5'9", 178 pounds. His playing was a little limited last year, as was everybody's. He headed down to the USHL and dominated for Dubuque, if I'm pronouncing that right. And it wasn't just the points that he put up that impressed the Town Hawks. It was also the bloody mouth drive he brought to every shift. Back in Winnipeg, he was one of the WHL's leading scorers on one of the best teams in Major Junior. Really good skater, excellent shot, tenacious on loose pucks. He anticipates where the puck is going to be. He's like a hound tracking it down. He can be a high-end, plays at high speed. He's got great shooting accuracy. The only fly in the ointment, obviously, is his size. He has elite skill and sense. He's just not the biggest guy in the world. At the end of the day, he drives the line, and he's top of the charts in scoring. He could be they call him a Braden Point. Maybe he'll even be a Mitch Moore. We'll see. There's a commercial. I have to pee. I've got to go pee. I'll be right back. I'll turn it up while I'm gone.
Right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure today. The King of Casinos is now available in Ontario.
Celebrate the NHL Draft with a free digital trading card set. Collect today by scanning the QR code, exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 NHL Entry Draft from Montreal. We're awaiting a pick from Anaheim, but first we got to hear from the newest member of the Buffalo Sabres, Matthew Savoy, standing by with our Carolyn Cameron. Carolyn.
Well, Matt, you grew up an Oilers fan. I know you watched ecstatically when Connor McDavid was selected first overall. How does this experience compare with what you saw on TV?
Yeah, it's been a blast.
Oh, they're just interviewing him right now.
Just pure excitement for me.
I'm going to go grab a drink.
Ready to get to work
in
Buffalo.
You're so close with your family. You talk to them every day. What does it mean to you to share this moment with them and also the memory of your late grandpa around your neck?
Yeah, definitely. The family's been my biggest supporters growing up, and to have them here in Montreal, going through the whole experience together, it's really been a blessing, and I can't thank them enough.
I know that necklace underneath is a lucky charm. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Carolyn, we're now awaiting Anaheim, who have 2 picks in the first round as well, 10th and 22nd. They got the 22nd pick in that Hampus-Lindholm trade with the Boston Bruins. And really quickly, because we see Pat Verbeek's taking the stage, thoughts on Anaheim?
Well, an entirely new organization now with Pat Verbeek there. He's learned from some of the best from Steve Yzerman and Julian.
Okay.
Now he gets to put his stamp with his first pick here.
Who do we got up here? Anaheim. Okay. Okay, they're just about to announce it.
The Anaheim Ducks would like to
That's
wish
Pat Verbeek.
Kim Marchment, your Marchment family, and the entire San
Kinda
Jose
doesn't look
Sharks
like him.
our warmest sympathies.
Here's my beer.
With
Next beer.
With the 10 selection, the Anaheim Ducks select
Stay golden.
Pavel Mintyukov and the Saginaw Spirit.
Mintyuk. Say again.
And there it is, Pavel Mintyukov, the
Pavel.
fourth defenseman taken so far in the draft in the first 10 picks. And Anaheim, remember, they lost Lindholm in a trade. They also
Pavel Mintyukov. Here we go. He's ranked 18th by the Hockey News. Going 10th now.
This is a pretty cool situation, I got to tell you.
He's a left shot defenseman.
And then he's talking to his coach, Chris Lasry there in Saginaw. And Chris says, hey, where do you want to go? Like, what team do you like? And he says, well, I've picked out a few teams. And he says, well, why is that? And I'm not going to say which one. He says, well, I've kind of looked through all their prospect lists, and I think this is going to be my fastest path to get to the NHL by these certain teams. And now I have to think that Anaheim might be on that list because you look at them losing the two defensemen that you referenced there, David. Yeah, you think about Cam Fowler, he's starting to get up there in age a little bit. You think about Jamie Drysdale, he's up and coming. Well, this guy now might have an opportunity to jump here pretty quickly. I'm not saying right
6'2", 190 pounds, left shot defenseman.
Pretty cool. He's such a hockey junkie, and I just wonder if
his favorite player is Quinn Hughes.
He's a great power play player. He's a great first pass defenseman. And the big thing to me is with Jamie Drysdale, they just got Drew Hellison in the Dross Manson trade, and they got two prospects at Harvard, and Ian Moore and also Henry Thrun. But you're right, that would be a quick track, I think, in Anaheim for him, just because of the lack of depth of defense.
All right, so the first of two picks for Anaheim in the first round, and he was third in the OHL with points from a D-man, so they get an offensive-minded defenseman. And again, we have everything covered here on site, as does Steve Dangle and Colby Armstrong. They're live from the draft. They're streaming on YouTube with a different twist on things. They're bringing you guests, immediate reaction in a way only Colby Armstrong and Steve Dangle can. All the goods coming your way. And again, they're hydrated by BioSteel, as they call it, the draft class. All right, so we're 10 picks in, guys. What has caught your eye mostly, Sam, here?
Well, we talked about Pavel Mintyukov, and one of the things that we discussed
still talking about the last pick
is what is going to be the plight of these Russian players. And so we've talked a little bit about Danilo.
Oh, yeah, he's a Russian, yeah.
And now when you have Mintyukov, here's a guy that has been...
That's two Russian players. How fast are they going to be able to get him here? Or he's already here. He's already playing in the OHL, so that's not a problem.
While already being over here, as opposed to having to be a player who comes over from Russia and wondering if that will ever happen. And I think Anaheim did its due diligence, pretty confident that with him being here, he's going to be able to stay here. But a guy who likes to rush the puck, really good around the line, he's got forward-like hands. And that's pretty cool to have from a defense.
It's for you, Nick.
Use those same things to help defend.
Sorry to interrupt you. Commissioner Gary Bettman has a trade to announce.
Oh, trade. Smells a little funky.
I'd like to announce a trade.
Oh, wow. His mic is way turned up.
That's better. The Arizona Coyotes trade pick number 11, the next pick in this draft, to the San Jose Sharks.
Really?
For picks 27, 34, and 45 in the 2022 draft.
Wow.
That means San Jose has the 11th
for 3 picks.
In the 2022
the 11th pick for
draft.
3 picks.
And San Jose, you're on.
Hopefully, Arizona has a lot of scouts. They should, right?
I hate to correct the commissioner here, but I think San Jose traded the 11th pick to Arizona for those 3 draft picks. You saw Mike Greer, who's the newly minted GM for San Jose. So I believe it's actually, unless we have this time, it's Arizona that's on the clock, not San Jose.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to discuss the confusion to make sure that that's not the case.
That's hilarious.
All right, now let's send it down to the floor to Elliot.
So it's Arizona.
First draft pick is Anaheim GM for Pat Verbeek. And Pat, one of the
who acquired the 11th pick.
If he wasn't playing in Saginaw, would you have done this?
Yeah, the talent is undeniable.
Yeah,
So,
Gary Bettman's announcing the correction right now.
Looking, to get our franchise going.
Elliot Friedman is interviewing Pat Verbeek, the GM of the Anaheim Ducks. By the way, Mintyukov, who the Anaheim just picked, the left shot defenseman, the best case scenario, they see him as an Ivan Provorov in the hockey news.
It's looking pretty close to how.
Thanks for all the thumbs up, people. Appreciate it.
Dave? All right, and just to clarify, yes, it's Arizona that's coming back to make the 11th pick. They're the ones who traded to get the 11th pick from San Jose.
That makes more sense because Arizona's got 1,000 picks in this draft.
To move up to that 11. You like what you're seeing there from them?
So this will be really interesting to see who they grab anyways for 3 picks for this spot.
Not relevant at all. and they got to get dropped in a hurry.
I think this is the draft to be doing this type of a trade or initiating this type of aggression. 3 picks out, 1 pick in, get the guys you really want at the high end of this draft. That's the best way. Real good strategy.
That's the crazy part about this draft. Because there's no discernible ledges, everyone's list looks entirely different. So one list might have a guy at 30, but another team might have him at 15. And so, as you mentioned, Jason, before, trade back scenarios are probably going to present themselves, and we're seeing that with San Jose. And I don't think we've seen the last of it.
Okay, Coyotes pick 3rd, and they're going to pick 11th now.
I just have to think it was
I'm going to take a seat here in my medicine ball.
Through 10 picks, Canada leads everyone with 3 picks. Slovakia kind of trumped everyone though because they took picks 1 and 2.
Tilt the screen a bit. There we go.
Czechia, of course, with 1, and Austria and Russia. You mentioned the Russian factor, the invasion and the war with Ukraine. That's obviously maybe playing a role on some more talented players, maybe being overlooked a little bit.
Probably 2 guys that
Yay, beer, yes.
started this draft year would have been in that top 10, and those 2 guys would have been.
Smells a little, yeah, it tastes okay.
Still a fascination exists to see where those players
Parallel 49 beer.
still indeed go in the first round. If it does happen,
Hazy IPA.
it's going to happen with a team with multiple picks. We're seeing
Salud.
Arizona, we're seeing Buffalo,
Or something.
Anaheim, a lot of teams with multiple picks here in round 1.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually a little bit unfortunate, isn't it, that we as grown adults are having that.
Kinda good.
But it is reality. This is pro sports after all, and these kids deserve to be drafted higher than maybe their draft slot's going to be.
Okay, what do we have on Twitter here?
In the next 2 or 3 picks, so that's a name I'm really watching here at 11, 12, or 13.
They need everything. I mean, we can establish that right.
Yeah, everybody was talking about the same thing before Shane Wright got picked. They thought Arizona would grab him.
And you mentioned a couple of players you could see fitting in well with Arizona, but they're not a year away or 2 years away. We're talking a big rebuild.
And both of those players I talked about.
Oh, they're talking about Arizona?
Out of Sweden, David. They're both guys that are down the road. They're 2 or 3
Oh my God, they are in a cult. Look at, they're all wearing the same suit and tie. That's so weird. That is so weird. I'm sorry. That's, if you're watching this, this is really, it's really cult-like.
Looking for immediate help, and again, they're looking for some good PR as well as we see Bill Armstrong.
It's bizarre.
To the podium.
I'm sure everyone's talking about how strange the Arizona guys are.
Start from scratch here with the Arizona Coyotes, and again, Logan Cooley's a good big building block.
Okay, Arizona's walking up to the stage.
Yeah, it's just fascinating that you have a plan that Bill Armstrong went and sold to the ownership group. And he is executing that plan maybe a lot faster, not in terms of what they are in the NHL, but really stripping it down and getting a ton of picks and a ton of prospects and building right from the ground up.
Are they trying to show their solidarity?
Over the next 3 years, just to see what
Like by wearing the same suits and ties? I don't know. It's just,
let's not forget they're a bit of a clearinghouse too when it comes
that's
to
bizarre. That's weird.
Arizona Coyotes are proud to select from the Winnipeg Ice, Connor Geekie.
Connor Geekie, originally ranked 7th overall, left shot centerman, ranked 5th among North American skaters. He's 6'4", 205 pounds. Best case scenario, they have him as a Jeff Carter in the Hockey News. We'll talk about him more now. I'll turn it up.
Connor, how you doing? Can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear you guys fine. Hold on. You're off to Arizona, my friend.
Yeah, no,
Oh, they got the kid mic'd up. He's talking while he's heading to the stage. That's interesting. He looks like he's just crazy talking to himself. People are like, what's the matter with that kid?
Congratulations to you. That's awesome. Say hi to the commish for us. That's great. Oh, that's wild. So Connor Geekie, guys.
Connor Geekie to Arizona.
Charismatic, affable guy.
There
He
you go.
must have won over a lot of teams in that interview. And of course, he could do it on the ice as well out of Strathclyde, Manitoba. Really exceptional player, 24 goals. And he likes everything. He likes hockey, but he also likes farming. And he's going out to the desert. We'll see if he likes the desert as well, Sam.
Yeah, and great baseball player. We saw Carolyn talked about the 3 Manitoba guys right off the top of the broadcast. This is the first of those 3 Manitoba players to move. And you have to love the size down the middle of the ice. That's a true Bill Armstrong characteristic.
Let's send it to Kyle.
David, a week ago yesterday, Connor Geekie graduated high school back home, a graduating class of 13 kids. Him and a buddy were co-valedictorians. You know, when his parents, Craig and Toby, decided they were going to have kids, The mom, Toby, just felt, I don't want my kids to be afraid ever of trying anything. You mentioned Morgan, now at the Seattle Kraken. The middle child.
So they swapped 3 picks for this guy.
South, and now Connor Geekie, the newest
They really liked him. Good size, good weight.
In Strathclyde,
Had 70 points in 63 games in the WHL with Winnipeg last season.
He's played at a high level, baseball, badminton, pretty much every sport he can get his hands on. So it's really fun to see him now, though. Chose hockey, and it's been a path that's worked out for him. And Jason,
from Manitoba.
There was a lot of positives, and there were some question marks, but clearly they're pretty happy to have him.
Talking about him now.
Well, the positives are evident. I mean, he handles the puck very well. He's got elite talent, elite NHL skill.
He kind of talks like this, handling the puck pretty well.
Agility, turning to the one side. Sammy, you and I read the scene.
His agility, the way he turns.
The left wing and he's dropping the knee.
Sounds like a character off of Simpsons.
So there's some work to be done here.
There's still work to be done here.
Connor in 2017.
Okay, they're interviewing him. I'm going to turn it down. He's big into baseball, too. All right, so he was overshadowed at times by his teammates. He's a big rig, said one scout. He's a dominant player at every level. Makes great plays, not just with his size, but his skill and his skating. He's got high-end puck skill. Really noticeable 5-on-5. His brother is Morgan Geekie, who plays for the Kraken. His potential is exciting. He showed a little more playmaking ability. Given how much bigger he is than most of his high-end competition at center, don't be surprised if he goes a little earlier in the draft ranking. And he didn't. I mean, he was ranked 7th by the Hockey News, and he goes 11th. But Arizona swapped 30 picks for him. So they're showing some footage of him right now.
I think he's a guy that's going to have the option to play both positions. He is unique in that typically we think of these big guys as being power forwards. He's not really that. He's a really thoughtful player, and he's a guy that sometimes hangs on to the puck a little bit too long. He wants to make that perfect play. He has great creativity in his game, and oftentimes you don't see that when you have a big guy like that who has that kind of skill and creativity. We more think along the Gauthier power forward side. This guy's a little bit of a unicorn in that regard.
Let's get back down to the draft floor with Elliot.
Well, did you just draft your 2 top centers for a long time?
Yeah, it's an exciting time for us. We had a game plan getting out of the gate here and just using some assets that we acquired during the year to, get the guys.
Logan Cooley and Connor Geekie now, 2 centers.
You get a chance to win, and I think with the 2 guys that we've accumulated here quickly in the draft, they give us a chance in the future to win.
I ask all the tough questions. What's with the jackets?
Well, the jackets are probably my idea, color coordinated, and I kind of expect everybody on our staff to do that. And they really hooked us up. They actually did the whole insides too.
Wow!
So it's I don't know if it's a new thing that's going to happen, but it'll be with the Oaks for years.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you,
David. All right, leave it to Elliot to talk fashion here. He's a bit of a fashion guru, and fashion is part of the draft. Like to see a bit of the personality from the players, and you can hear in the background the Chicago Blackhawks goal song, right?
So all the same suits is the GM's idea.
Who do we have going up there? We have Columbus up there with the 12.
Columbus is on deck here.
And again,
they're already on stage.
So far in this draft, and what might be
so the top 8 ranked players by the Hockey News are all gone. Oh no, Joachim Kemmel is still on the board.
Right-handed shot D-man at 6, and now they pick at number 12.
Yeah, so right-handed D at number 6. The other at 12. I'll shut up.
12th pick, Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Western Hockey League Moose Jaw Warriors, Denton Matejchuk.
Denton Matejchuk.
Dominion City, Manitoba.
Left shot defenseman.
Right now, father Jason is a principal. His mother Keela is a teacher.
186 pounds, 5'11".
There it is. Denton Matejchuk.
Ranked number 14th among North American skaters from Manitoba. Best case scenario, they have him as a Chris Letang type.
The son is an outstanding talent, more of a high-risk player than maybe some people want, but I can tell you one thing.
He was ranked 12th by the Hockey News, and he went 12th.
Team in Columbus. The other thing is, if you look for an NHL comparable on this player, I'm going to say Tony DeAngelo of the Carolina Hurricanes. That's what I think he's very.
They call him a Tony DeAngelo.
and say that this kid reminds me more of like Timo Timonen when I was back in Nashville back in the days. Compact frame, puck distributor, point producer. I had him 13 on my list, and I was a little bit hesitant. I thought I might be high on him. This kid here is going to be a top 2 defender on projection. Worst case, he's a 3. But he makes everybody around him better.
So what's interesting about his story is that sometimes you have to take advantage of opportunities that are given to you. David Hunt was their top defenseman in Moose.
My light's dying.
Injured, and that allowed Denton Matejchuk to step in there.
Okay, I have another battery.
All of the important minutes that were being played by David Hunt. Secondly, it allowed him to take control of the room. And JB, when you and I saw, that's one thing that was clearly evident. This guy can be a quarterback out there. He can be a policeman. He's directing people at the face-off, telling them where to go. But he has a little bit of a fun side as a captain, too. He puts the boombox around his neck before games. He's strutting down the hallway, getting his guys ready to go. He's got that type of personality. When he has to be serious, though, he can be serious.
Hey, I just, correct me if I'm wrong. Did the cousins, Geeky and Matejchuk, just go back-to-back?
Pickering.
Pickering's the cousin. Okay, my bad.
And I can tell you this is an early birthday present for Denton Matejchuk because he turns 18 in 5 days. An unbelievable story there. Moose Jaw celebrating, Dominion City, Manitoba celebrating, and the WHL celebrating, guys. 3 of the last 4 picks coming from the WHL. Much more coming your way. 12 picks are in, and we have the Jets. They're coming up with pick 14. The Canucks, they're coming up with pick 15. Lots of action rolling on. You're watching the 2022 NHL Entry Draft from Montreal.
Here in Montreal for Rogers Moments to surprise a few lucky winners with VIP tickets to the NHL Draft. And look who I've got with me.
Oh, that's commercial. I'll turn this down. Here we go. We're still hanging in there, Nick. All right. I think that's Nick. Who's still there? Hawkadock. All right. So, yeah, Columbus just picked up Denton Matejchuk from Manitoba, 5'11". Yeah, left shot defenseman. Hockey News has him as a Chris Letang. Pure. They on the panel they called him more of a Tony D'Angelo. What do they say? He was among the highest scoring defensemen in the WHL this season and a solid performer at the CHL Top Prospect game. He's super smart, loves to play offense, impacts the game every night. Yada, yada, yo. Dayton Matejchuk. Okay. There's your top 12. The only guy in the top 8 ranked by the Hockey News who's still hanging around is Joakim Kemel, a right winger from Finland, who's only 5'11". Maybe that's pushed him down the board. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. When it comes to the top 10, Ryan Chelsea is still hanging around. He's a right shot defenseman, 6 foot, 187 pounds, and we're back.
Hydrated by BioSteel. Denton Matejchuk, a huge smile as
Chicago is on deck.
It's an understatement to say it's exciting to hear your name.
Oh, they're interviewing the player. I don't know if you really care about these interviews. They're always really boring. I find anyways, most of them. Okay. What is Twitter saying? What is Twitter? What are you saying, Twitter? Oh, he's a big fisher. That's where we're dating. Yeah. That's what I'm not personally interested in what they do with their free time. I don't know. I mean, I'm more about the player. Maybe that's a little cruel and cold, but it's me. Okay, so yeah, Chicago's on the board here. They're still talking about Denton Matejchuk. They're showing some footage here. He's got a good shot. Good skater, good shot. Yeah. Yada, yada, yo. And the panel.
Make mistakes and then be held back? No. keep going, learn, make a few mistakes, but you're most effective for us when you're playing that type of game, and it's worked well.
There's no question about it. Well, but that's what I was talking about before. There's a little bit of high risk to his game, but they'll learn. He'll learn, and they'll teach him. And mitigate some of that risk.
Well, I think you would agree, Pierre, especially being a former coach. He can't teach offense. Like, people can try and grab him and say, "Oh, he can do that." Trust me, you can't teach offense at the NHL level. If he's got it in there and we can reel him in defensively in certain situations, that's a win.
100% agree.
And we'll see where his cousin Owen Pickering goes. I know he's anxiously awaiting to be selected as well. The Chicago Blackhawks, they've been very busy trading some players to Burnkitt as well as Kirby Doc. But now they're on the podium because they do have the 13th overall pick. And let's hear what they're going to do. Kyle Davidson, the GM of the Chicago Blackhawks, expected to make a pick in a matter of moments.
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select for the United States National Development Team, Frank Nazar.
Frank Nazar, right shot, right winger. 5'11", 175 pounds. Best scenario, Matt Duchene. The Hockey News have him as. He's from Michigan. Had 70 points in 56 games in the under-18 NTDB League. 28 goals, 42 assists.
He's so tight with his sisters. He gets to hug them all. It's just such an awesome experience for him. And he's a dog and a
Okay.
type player, a really good player. Works
Number 13 for Chicago.
He has the ability to play in tight spaces. And not only that, if he's able to win battles, which he does with good body positioning and good stick positioning, he has those first three.
He was ranked 14th by the Hockey News overall. Yeah, and going 13th now, so he's got bumped up.
He's so excited. Big crowd here for him. And interesting in that he grew up in the Detroit area.
I'll put him on the board here. I'll turn it up so you can hear them talking about him.
Some of those Detroit parades, and that's where he fell in love with the game. Stayed in Michigan, and it's pretty awesome to see.
You talked about Michigan. He's going to the University of Michigan, and McNamara's in Seattle. Johnny Beecher's in Boston. They're counting on him to be a top centerman at the University of Michigan. Chuck Merritt.
So Kyle Davidson, this is his first NHL draft as a general manager in the NHL. He's taken a defenseman and Kevin Korchinski. Now he takes it forward in Frank Nazar. And if you have a look at the entire prospect pool of the Chicago Blackhawks, they have one really good prospect at each position. Up front, Lucas Reichel played 11 games with the Hawks last season. On the back end, Ian Mitchell bouncing between Rockford and Chicago. And netminder Drew Commesso right now playing as a standout at BU. They have some decent.
Okay, so Frank Nazar just came off the board for Chicago.
Rockford, Wyatt Kaiser plays at Minnesota Duluth. They need something high end on the back end. They did that.
He looks like a party guy. Something about him.
With speed and some
Frank Nazar. Seems like a suiting place for him to go to Chicago, too. He's got a big fat smile on his face.
And if you're wondering if he's going to have some ads, well, I can tell you he's being mentored by Brian.
His least favorite food is onions. This is what I'm getting.
No question. I know one thing they're worried about at the University of Michigan is draft rights in the Ontario Hockey League are owned by the London Knights. And it's not a sure thing. And we better make sure that he gets it.
Well, that's an interesting thing to bring up. Let's look on top. The Hunters have had success with that.
Who's on deck here? Winnipeg.
Here, so we're taking away some of the Nazar fire, I guess.
They're serenading him. He's taking it all in, and I can tell you it's an exciting time for the Montreal Canadiens. Obviously, an exciting time for Frank Nazar as well. Again, the 13th pick going to Chicago, and I can tell you the Jets in a matter of moments are going to be on the board, so we're going to have to try and get ahead of what's going on with the Winnipeg Jets, because that's an interesting situation for Kevin Cheveldayoff.
And now we're talking about Winnipeg.
Commissioner Gary Bettman are putting them on the clock right now. So, listen, Winnipeg missed the playoffs for the first time in 5 years, guys. And Kevin Cheveldayoff, he's been there. He's done this. Third longest tenured GM in the league. He's been there for 11 years. What are your expectations for the Jets, and what are their greatest needs?
They're in a weird situation, I find. Because you talk about Wheeler and Shifley, and we've talked about them forever and ever, yet it almost seems like this organization is ready to move on from one, if not both, of those players, and so that would implement a rebuild. But if you're able to hang on to one of them and you're able to move some of that money out, that really changes the complexion of this team still trying to get back into the playoffs where they've had that successful run after missing last year.
There's also the question about Pierre-Luc Dubois and what's going to happen with Pierre-Luc Dubois long term. So a lot of stress right now on Cheveldayoff.
All right, well, we can see it's a good poker face by Kevin Cheveldayoff. He's not giving anything. He looks like he knows who his guy is. He's just sort of making us wait it out. We're going to also wait for Frank Nazar to be joined by Carolyn Cameron in just a matter of moments as well. So the U.S. development team getting some traction, the WHL getting some love of late, and of course the Slovakians going 1 and 2. Probably the biggest storyline so far tonight.
Oh, yeah, no question. I think when we came into this, we felt really strongly about Slovakian hockey and Slovakian players to go 1-2 is simply fascinating. The U.S. Under-18 program will be measured up to the Jack Hughes draft with Cole Caulfield, Zegras, Turcotte. This group might not be as high end, but it may produce the same sort of volume as that group.
100% agree with that.
I agree with that statement as well. There's some interesting games coming up here, fellas. Some interesting scores on the board.
All right, let's get back down on the floor with Carolyn.
And here with the newest member of the Chicago Blackhawks. And Frank, we saw you celebrating with your family. What was it like sharing that moment with them? And I know you always carry a special coin from your grandma in your pocket.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I mean, honestly, I wish there could be more family here with me. You know, and we brought a lot. And yeah, it was just amazing. I was kind of saying earlier, it's like you're in a dream, and you're just now waking up from the dream, and it's your favorite dream ever, you know? So that's kind of the words I can use to explain it, but it's just, I'm so excited.
So your dad is a huge Red Wings fan. Do you think he's going to very quickly switch over to this year?
Yeah, he's definitely going to switch over. I mean, he's a Wings fan at the heart, but now he's always going to be a Chicago Blackhawks fan.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Frank Nazar, taken by Chicago, and all smiles and a great addition, great young man from all accounts. And here we see now the Winnipeg Jets and all the executives heading to the stage.
Here we go. Jets are coming up. There's a meme of Shane Wright going around of him giving the Montreal Canadiens table a death stare right after he shook Gary Bettman's hand and did some pictures. I'll retweet it so you can see it on my Twitter account. It's pretty funny. I've watched it like at least 8 times already.
They're more accustomed to living in a place like Winnipeg and enjoying to be there. I don't want to overplay it, but it does come into discussion at times.
First of 2 first-round picks from the Jets. They also have the 30th pick, courtesy of the Andrew Pop trade to the New York Rangers. So we'll be seeing more of the Jets later in this first round. We can also tell you the Vancouver Canucks.
And Luke Fox says Shane Wright says he'll have a chip on his shoulder because of this. A little more fire for sure. Okay, here we go. Jets.
Winnipeg Jets would like to thank the City of Montreal for the tremendous hospitality this week. Merci beaucoup. We'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchand family as a Jets 1.0 draft pick. I'd like to acknowledge our season ticket members who are at our draft party back in Winnipeg at the Rec Room. And with the 14th pick, Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the U.S. National Development Program, Rutger McGroarty.
Who? My leg just fell down. There we go. Rutger McGroarty. Rutger McGroarty.
Great moment there. He was a 50-goal scorer, BCHL, played in the ECHL and WCHL.
Where are you, Rutger McGroarty?
The U.S. under-18 team.
There he goes. Ranked number 2.
Games, he can flat out score. I think Jets fans are going to love this. Now he's at University of Michigan.
He was ranked 23rd overall by the Hockey News. Best case scenario, a Mark Stone is what they called him. 6'1", 204 pounds. From Nebraska.
To try and improve that area, but you're talking about a guy who wins battles despite that. He thinks the game extremely well. It brings that leadership to the table. Really good around the net. You have to love his hands. And anytime you're a captain of that U.S. under-18 program, that's a difficult task. You have a lot of big personalities in that room. He really embraced that role, took guys aside, and let them know what is right. And
he has 69 points in 54 games with the NTDP last season. 35 goals, 34 assists.
because what you're looking at here is a player who does not transport.
He has this weird suit with the vest is like got this circle in it. Looks more like a groomsman or something. Strange. Anyway.
You're going to get him the puck, and he's going to do what he does.
Our insider, Jeff Merrick.
You know, I spoke to Kevin Shibble day off in Buffalo at the Combine, guys.
This is Merrick.
One of the things he kept coming back to is we need to restock our prospect pool. We spend a lot of time competing up around the top part of the Western Conference, and it's cost us. Now, listen, they have a player like Cole Perfetti, who is a top high-end talent. He'll be a full-time Winnipeg Jet for a long time. You have a look up front as well. Last year, first round, they go with Chaz Lucius. Dimitri Kuzmin is a really nice piece. Dimitri Rachevsky is a nice piece as well. But you can't help but thinking this is deliberate. They have some players on the back end coming. Billy Heindl has been
Who's a left shot center?
Sandberg, Simon Lundmark. But I think deliberately Kevin Cheveldayoff is looking at his depth and saying, after Cole Perfetti and Chaz Lucius, what do we really have? This goes a long way to address that question.
Left shot center.
You know, when he's born in Nebraska, just like Jake Gensel, some non-traditional places where some players.
Just like Jake Gensel. Okay.
They're loving Slavkovsky. Any move he makes, the fans here in Montreal are going crazy. So some wild stuff happening around us here in the stands as well. But it's Rutger McGroarty who goes 14 to Winnipeg.
Rutger, that's how you pronounce it.
In just a matter of moments. And again, Vancouver is on the board at 15. Some pretty good picks have gone at 15. Joe Sakic,
McGroarty
at 15. We're not sure if Patrick Alvin in his very first pick with the Canucks is getting a home run like that. But it's good to know you can get a guy at 15 sometimes. You get this diamond in the rough. And at 14, the Jets are hoping they have that with McGroarty.
And they're talking about McGroarty right now. I'll listen in here.
You think about where his hockey path is taking him. He was born in Lincoln. His dad was the general manager of the USHL franchise there. Goes up to Michigan to play his minor hockey. His dad's from Toronto, so he spent some time there in the summers. He's all over the map to try and figure this thing out.
His dad is from Toronto, born in Nebraska. Interesting.
Willing to commit all that time and all that effort and all that money to make the player like they have at Rutger McGroarty.
And a big part of development is getting ice time. And the coach at the University of Michigan are counting on him to be a big time player and get him a lot of ice time early on.
Oh, nice. Thanks for the follow, Nick.
Well,
on Twitter.
We talk about this kid moving away from home at a young age. So there's that little bit of European flavor in an American product here. It speaks to his maturity, it speaks to his commitment and his dedication.
And you know what? It's not just the player getting drafted that's celebrating. You see.
Oh, you followed me because you wanted to see Shane Wright's desk there at the Montreal table.
They've done so many sacrifices to allow their kids to be here living out the dream. That's really the best part of this night. For 32 young men, this is going to be their dream coming true.
We just saw what Frank Nazar. I mean, it was just unbridled happiness. And I think some of these guys come in here and they think, oh, yeah, that's so cool.
This phone's blowing up, you know that.
I should have gone here. I should have gone there. Love that. This guy's been around hockey his whole life.
Canucks are up next.
You got to love it. It's fantastic to see that. But again, the unbridled enjoyment that comes from these guys. Frank Nazar hugging his three sisters, like so cool to see that experience.
Okay, Vancouver fans.
All right, let's send it down to Carolyn.
Where are the Vancouver fans?
He's crying. What's worse crying than he's crying or on the phone?
I don't know. I mean, he's a working man, so I love that he's on the phone talking to people, but he's a little ball baby. Yeah, he said he wasn't going to cry, but he's a little ball baby. I knew it.
Was that the best walk of your life, hugging your parents, your family, and then seeing your U.S. teammates?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, just all this
interviewing the kids. What Rucker is good at, finishing and finding ways to get open. When he played on a checking line with a couple of other guys, he had no impact on the game. He's committed to Michigan.
From mechanics to just staying loose, just a little bit of everything. Honestly, she's my very first skating coach, so it's unbelievable. And,
He's working with Barb Underhill, who was a skating coach for a lot of NHL players. She worked with the Maple Leafs for a while as well.
They're about to make their first pick. They haven't had a first-round pick in the last couple of years. Remember the OEL trade, the JT Miller trade. So they're excited to get a first-round pick, and it's at number 15. They don't have a second-round pick, so they put a lot of emphasis here on this first-round
Here comes Vancouver's new management, ladies and gentlemen. First pick in a while. Number 15. Is anyone actually looking at the board? Does anyone care about the board? I don't know.
an additional asset by trading out of the 15th spot.
I know in Northern Finland and Sweden, the man all the way to the left of your screen is caught.
The big story today, obviously, is how all the Arizona Coyotes management staff are all wearing the same suit and tie. And, of course, there's the Shane Wright thing, you know, him not going, you know, in the top 4.
From Sweden, Jonathan.
What? That's a long name. I didn't get that name. What? Say it again. Excuse me. Baking powder. Jonathan Lekermacki. Jonathan Lekermacki.
For me, this was predictable when this player kind of fell on their lap here. You know, they've had some success, obviously, with Elias Pettersson there. They've had other success with a couple of...
This guy's way off the map.
Had a pretty good run in Vancouver over the years. And might be going, well, they are going to the Hall of Fame here, you know, in the near future. This kid here goal scorer. He lacks a lot of detail, but I'll tell you, when the game's on the line and you need a blow...
Holy, I don't even see him in the top 50.
He's putting it in the back of the net.
He's a legitimate sniper, big-time sniper. The biggest thing...
Where is this guy?
See, the frame's not overly large, and the skating's not super great for a smaller guy. This is a development player. It's not somebody to pro in the next 2 years. He needs time.
Sam 5'11", 165, but he'll fill out. And what do you think about?
Did I miss something here? I don't see him in the top 100. I must have missed him.
He doesn't weigh a lot, so there is a lot of room to put some muscle onto that frame to add a little more.
Oh yeah, okay, here we go. He was originally ranked 11th overall.
He's big time. It's NHL ready right now.
And he turns 18 in 2 weeks. We forget how young some of these prospects.
He's a right shot defenseman. No, sorry, excuse me. He's a right shot right winger.
Slipping on the Vancouver Canucks sweater.
I was watching him play against Ben and Djurgården, and he handled himself unbelievably well. Some pretty intense moments.
26 games in the Swedish Elite League, scored 7 goals. As you guys mentioned, the one thing that we hear about
They're talking about him now.
Is skilled scorer.
Yeah, there's absolutely no question.
They call him best case scenario of Brock Besser in the hockey news.
There's going to be some frustrating nights. We see guys like this in the league, right? On any given night, they frustrate you a little bit, but then all of a sudden you get a big goal in overtime. Let's make the 2 points. We're a playoff team all of a sudden.
You think about William Nylander a little bit?
Without the speed.
Without the speed. But sometimes they'll frustrate you on nights, and when you need a big one, he's the guy to do it. He's got that kind of ability.
Absolutely.
Jason, you've shed some light on what we can expect from Lekermacki. Give us some more.
Well, here he is on his strong side flank. You're going to see a release top bar down. He works the back flank a lot. Here he is on the back flank on the power play. That's his wheelhouse, similar to Ovechkin type of setup. He doesn't shoot it like that, but you're getting my drift. Again, coming late, shooter, boom. He's not looking necessary to make a secondary play out of a given goal in the neutral zone. That's a slick play. I mean, the kid's got wicked hands, pure offense.
You guys expecting some more moves from Patrick Allvin? There's been so much speculation. I think it might have been Elliott.
Okay, so he was ranked 11th overall. He's going 15 to the Canucks. A right wing, right shot. Best case scenario, he's a Brock Besser type.
First of all, there were some Canucks fans hoping he would be your selection.
5'11", 172 pounds. Friedman's talking to the GM now.
Well, we got a little bit of a sense that it happened here when he was. We had him obviously a little bit higher on the radar there, and we're excited that it was falling down there.
How much work do you think he had to do before he's ready?
I think a lot of those younger players here obviously need to get stronger. I mean, he's a skilled, smart player playing at the pro level here this year, so. You know,
is the GM from Nova Scotia?
For Jonathan to get him over, so we'll take our time there and work with him.
Or Swedish.
There were some rumblings tonight that you were maybe up to something with the Islanders. Anything going on there?
No comment on that one.
All right, thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
Great, thanks.
So Sturjoy said, who will the Penguins draft? And Nick says Vancouver could never fail hard enough to get a worthwhile pick. Yeah, that's true. Kind of like Minnesota in the past, right, Nick?
Something they're desperately in need of. They want to add more depth on the offense, and this is a guy who could do.
They kind of got Kaprizov. That was lucky. More anything else, maybe.
But as far as Vancouver's concerned, Do you guys
talking about Vancouver now?
We got a no comment from Patrick Grubby. Do you guys expect there's going to be some more movement in terms of possible trades from the Canucks?
JT Miller, I mean, he's a guy that's a perfect fit for just about anyone. And with the money that's owed to him, it's not like you're going to get killed on the cap. So you're going to get a hard.
They refuse to lose hard. That's exactly like Minnesota for years. Up until Kaprizov started playing for them, they were a team that barely made the playoffs, would get eliminated in the first round, or just barely missed the playoffs year after year after year. This is Vancouver right now, you know. But at least they've, you know, Vancouver's got a good goalie, so I don't know what Minnesota has in that. They've got Talbot, and they got Fleury. They re-signed him. There's that for 2 years.
But JT Miller's name has been out there.
How we all feel about that.
It's okay here.
Yeah.
There's the human side of things. We get that too. But yeah, no, that's kind of what we do. It keeps us in business, speculating on things. Even if we don't know what we're talking about, we can speculate a little.
Here we go. It looks like Buffalo's going.
Adams for the second time.
Buffalo's heading to the
podium, of course. Matthew Savoy,
podium here.
A skilled player, a slick player at number 9, and now at number 16. Any ideas what Buffalo might be up to here, Jason?
What's Buffalo going to do?
Sooner than later,
Any
we're
guesses?
Start to see a wild card.
Any guesses here?
On this draft list. So, what are they going to do? I honestly, at this point in the list, don't have a clue, except for the fact that there's still some outstanding names. I mean, look at where Kemmel's going right now. You know, like, very surprised he dropped into the 16 hole. There are some other guys that play the middle of the ice that are still available as well that could really surprise.
Okay, Buffalo. Here they go.
Hear what they have to say. The Buffalo Sabres.
Everybody, hold your breath.
With the 16th pick, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from your garden in the Swedish Hockey League, Noah Ostlund.
Noah Ostlund. Noah Ostlund.
Another Swedish player, Noah Ostlund, center out of Sweden. And celebration all around up in the CAA group with the 16th overall pick.
Crazy high skill level, and Jason, he makes players around him better. There's no question.
Ranked 32 overall by the Hockey News.
Most competitive players at the under-18 championships in Germany for Team Sweden. He played in all situations. Here he's picking up a puck off the rush, little pocket play, distributes it into the net off his backhand. Here he is off the wall. Think of it. Watch him here. Think of Austin Matthews for a second and regroup in the neutral zone. You forget about me for a second. Boom. I got open.
He's bringing up Austin Matthews, huh? That's pretty
face off with the game on the line. Gold medal game versus Team USA.
interesting.
Not a one-trick pony. Don't let the size of this player
He's
concern you in the least.
5'10", 163 pounds. Best case scenario, they relate him to Jesper Bratt of the New Jersey Devils. But Pierre Maguire's talking, so I'm just going to quiet down and turn it up.
It's crazy. Him walking up the stage. I mean,
Oh, he's got the same suit as all the Arizona suits do. The blue and the red.
Ability to add strength, to add muscle, maybe grow another inch or two. My
Okay.
goodness, he just looks so young.
And did I mention he's a left shot center?
I can mold this buddy any way I like it. Back to back.
He had the lowest body fat percentage of anyone at the combine. For those who care, they compare him to Braden Point. He's compared here to Jesper Bratt.
Your garden obviously doing a good job with their young players and giving them the
That's another small player for Buffalo, isn't it?
He's considered
Like Savoy is pretty small too.
6.8% body fat. That was the composition he had at the combine, the best of anyone. Gold in the under.
Yeah, Savoy is 5'9". That's a couple of very small players for Buffalo. 5'9" and 5'10". Any comments on Buffalo? The next Detroit Red Wings, maybe? I don't know.
Let's send it off to the commissioner who's on the podium.
Long-time
Trade?
general manager and NHL executive Jim Gregory was perhaps one of the most beloved figures in the history of the National Hockey League. In his memory, the General Manager of the Year award is named. To present the Jim Gregory NHL GM of the Year is longtime Montreal Canadien
both as a player and a general manager, and a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame, Serge Savard.
Interesting. So they're naming the GM of the Year award, and Serge Savard is doing it. Huh. Again, that's Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, ranked number 32 overall by the Hockey News. Goes number 16.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Vous savez, la dernière fois que le commissaire a été applaudi ici à Montréal, c'est lorsqu'il nous a présenté la Coupe Stanley en 1993.
It's funky. It's funky.
Alors, c'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être ici ce soir pour vous présenter le trophée Jim Gregory qui est décerné au gérant général de l'année dans la Ligue nationale de hockey. It is a great pleasure, it's an honor for me to be here tonight to give to honor the General Manager of the Year in the National Hockey League. This is a Jim Gregory trophy. When I think of Jim Gregory, I think of a hard-working guy. I think of honesty and integrity. Here's the 3 finalists.
Okay, 3 finalists for the GM of the Year award are Joe Sakic, Julien Brisebois, and who else? Who's the third guy? Chris Drury of the New York Rangers. It's a little surprising, maybe. Who's your bet? Who are you betting on here? I think it's, I don't know. That's really a toss-up. I'm going to go with Brisebois. But it's going to be Sakic.
Wow. Le gagnant, the winner is the great Joe Sakic.
Ha! Ha! Said I picked Brisebois, but it's going to be Sakic. That's what I said. That's what I said. Here he comes. Good for him. People were calling him the worst GM like 6 years ago, ish, when he had yet to trade Matt Duchene, and they were in the bottom of the league. Let's see what he has to say here.
Thank you very much to the fans. Merci beaucoup. À vous les partisans. And it's a huge honor, the Jim Gregory Award. Truly grateful for this. I want to thank all the fellow general managers for this. It's just a pleasure being in the fraternity.
It's got to be Burnaby Joe, yeah.
Really proud of this award. I tell you what, I couldn't have done it. Obviously, sorry. This usually goes to.
He's so nervous. You almost killed the mic. That's some quality French from the Nordiques draft pick. Yeah, it is pretty. It's a really bad accent, yeah.
I got to tell you, it was a pleasure watching them. I had the privilege of watching those guys day in, day out this year, show that commitment to one another and persevere and find a way to win the Stanley Cup. So we wouldn't be here without those guys. My staff, Chris McFarland, you're a huge part of this. Big help. All of our scouts are pros or amateurs. Everybody in the office.
I think Joe Sakic might have to embrace the bald and just shave all that off. It just looks like weed snout right now growing on his head.
Giving us that opportunity, sticking with us, and believing in the process. I want to thank them, and most of all my family, my wife Deb. I love her so much.
These guys must know ahead of time if they're going to win the award by at least I'd say 48 hours, so they can prepare some sort of a speech.
And to all the young players here, congratulations and best of luck.
What's going on? My messenger's lighting up.
The 17th selection in the 2022 NHL Draft belongs to the Nashville Predators. Nashville, you're on the clock.
Congratulations to José, well deserved. How about some hugs, kisses, and some tears of joys? The families of the 16 picks so far, taking like 16 down, 16 to go. We're halfway home. You're watching the 2022 NHL Entry Draft. Hydrated by Biden Steel.
What's going on? My phone is going nuts here. What's happening?
The official sports hydration partner of the on July 15th.
I've always been an outsider. That's why I came here to be a samurai.
You're kidding me, right?
That's bizarre.
The power is within yourself. One giant invention. I have something to tell you.
What?
I'm your father. Now I'm not. Hearts of food only good July 15th.
Can better be better? Can Steve successfully grab the brands?
My Facebook is spamming. Oh boy.
We'll be able to talk everywhere.
Oh no.
Over.
He was so close.
This is.
Grit. Sure, it's mud and rocks and sweat and all that. Always will be. But grit is also.
I may have got hacked on Facebook. This is what's getting some weird messages here. This is really bizarre. Looks like my messenger might have gotten hacked. Yeah, it looks like my messenger got hacked here. Huh. I don't know if it's Facebook as well. I just got a ton of messages from friends saying, Yeah. Anyways, Nashville is on the board right now. They're up next, and my messenger just got hacked. Anyways, to be continued. Here we go. I'll turn it up.
We'd like to say hello to our great fans in Nashville watching Fort Ice tonight. With our first choice, Nashville Predators select from JYP in Finland, Joakim Kemmel.
Joakim Kemmel from for Nashville here.
Well, there it is, Nashville at 17.
At 17.
Winger out of Finland. Known to have a great shot.
Yeah, he was ranked number 6 overall by the Hockey News, so he really fell.
A player that a lot of people thought maybe would have gone a bit higher than 17, huh?
And if he didn't get injured, I think that's what we'd be looking at. Someone who's in the top 10 for the first
right winger, right shot.
He was of the great Finnish players in their first year of draft eligibility, typically that success translates to the national.
They compare him to
hockey
Patrick
league,
Laine
or Barkov,
on the Hockey
these
News.
types of players. So when he was leading the league at that point, he thought, wow, this guy's unbelievable with what he's doing at 17 years old. And then he got injured, shoulder issues. He wasn't really good at the World Juniors because he wasn't completely healthy. Then the World Juniors get canceled, and he's kind of hanging around. He finally gets back, and he can't pick up the same pace that he had previous to the injury. But then he goes to the under-18s, proves to everyone, okay, everything's okay now. I'm back to being the guy that was a top 10 pick before the injury.
I had the pleasure of watching him live several viewings at the under-18s. Big overtime goal versus Team Canada. Carried the team on his back to get them into the medal round and beyond. Interesting thing here, great. Something I noticed, and I just have to share this with our viewers, is when we're in the scouting fraternity and we see whatever.
That's great timing. I just got hacked on Messenger,
and as soon as I saw
and right during a live stream. Fantastic.
I could guarantee Kemmel was getting fit, and it seems like a small.
So Kemmel, 5'11", 165 pounds, right shot, right winger. Patrick Laine comparisons here. 165 pounds. Did I say that already? He models his game after David Pasternak.
So many quality NHL players.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that Slavkovsky played in Finland. I'm just kidding. But no, you're absolutely right. And I think Sam's point is really well taken in terms of the injury to Joakim Kemmel. I saw him a lot this year, both on TV and live over in Finland, and there's a total difference between before the injury and after.
You know, what's interesting too is because in some of the early drafts in the NHL Central Scouting, 5'10", 5'11". Then at the combine, he was listed at 5'9.5". I got to tell you, I saw.
So officially, the top 8 ranked players are off the board from the Hockey News, anyways.
One of the agency parties, and he is really well put together. And that 5'9.5", I don't think that's the case. He might have grown an inch or two since the end of the combine, and that, to some people, say, hey, it might have made a difference if you were a little bit taller. But I don't think there's an issue there.
How about our insider, Jeff Merrick?
You know, Nashville's a fascinating team here. You know, it's a squad that has a prospect pool that needs more high-end talent. Fedor Svechkov is a first-round pick. Zachary LaRue comes in from the Halifax Mooseheads, both taken in the first round last season, along with Luke Evangelista from the London Knights. You know, our first from last year's draft. All these are really good forward prospects, but what the Nashville Predators are really looking for here is a slam dunk. You'll wonder, because this player just slid, if they have one now in Kemmel. He's standing by with Kevin Kemmel.
And Joakim, I want to show you a picture, because as a young boy in Finland, did you ever think that this was perhaps a possibility?
That's a wonderful photo, and actually I were maybe 6 or 7 years old, and was a Christmas, and I got new skates, and I loved it.
You'll be sleeping in this tonight then.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not sure what's nicer though, those skates or the custom suit tonight. We saw the sparkles on the outside, and then tell us about the liner too.
Yeah, and the suit was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, nice custom liner for a lot of the clients in Newport. Congratulations.
Thank
Best of luck with your career.
Thank you.
All right, Carolyn, there's Joakim Kemmel, 17th overall to Nashville. And the big storyline around Nashville, guys, is going to be Philip Forsberg. And can they get a deal done with this UFA? Not a lot of traction right now between the agent.
Dallas is on the block here.
And David Poile, but we'll see what this amounts to, because they are so good at drafting and so good at accumulating players. In fact, speaking of David Poile, he's standing by with our Elliot Friedman.
The group was talking upstairs. Kemmel fell a bit, and they bet your guys were pretty excited to see that happen.
Yeah, I feel a little bit lucky. I mean, I know we always say the same thing, can't believe your players there, but we have him rated in our top 10 and 17. I think that's pretty good. We did not feel that he would be there, so it's a little bit of a surprise for us, but maybe a good start to the next season to get that player.
There have been some conflicting reports on Philip Forsberg. Anything getting close with him a week to 3 years?
We're talking every day. We know we have a deadline. Sometimes you have a deadline that makes things happen. It's our first and only option right now, so we'll exhaust everything we can do to get him signed.
Thanks very much, David.
Okay,
Jeff?
You know, one of the undercurrents, or one of the subtle stories that's going on here at the draft and around the NHL.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
for that matter, is the Russian factor in players.
My phone is going bananas because I got hacked on Messenger. That's fabulous.
Really good one too, but then with Yaroslav Askarov and Ivan Fedotov, rather, the Philadelphia Flyers. We all saw what happened to him a couple weeks ago. Unable to leave Russia, sent to a military base in northern Russia. I communicated with someone in Nashville today. They said that Askarov has done his military
Here we go.
service.
Dallas is coming up.
He's good to come over. They believe he's going to arrive on Sunday and start development camp on Monday. So good news for Askarov.
All right, thank you, Jeff. As we see the Dallas Stars are ready to make their pick at number 18. Let's hear from the Stars and who they're about to take.
We'd like to thank Jeff Molson, the Montreal Canadiens, and the wonderful city of Montreal.
Oh boy. Trying to deal with his hack now.
Also shout out
Wow,
to
live
the
streaming.
official draft watch party in Dallas at the owner's box. The Dallas Stars are pleased to select from Lexand, Lian Bixel.
Lian Bixel. Lian Bixel.
Lian Bischel,
Lian Bischel.
the first Swiss player taken in this draft, goes 18th overall.
Lian
to the Dallas
Bischel.
Stars. And Dallas, of course, looking to add a bit of youth to their blue line gentlemen.
Well, they get Thomas
Where are you, Lian Bischel? There we go. Ranked number 22 by the Hockey News. He's a left shot defenseman, 6'5". Wow, yeah, 212 pounds. He's a WWE wrestler on skates, ladies and gentlemen. They compare him to Darnell Nurse in the best case scenario, anyway. They're talking about him right now.
Now you see him. All right, I'm going to add a little offense as well. You're a step in.
I knew he would go higher than he was ranked.
What I like about this guy is that old school mentality. You see him posing on the play, the final part of the pack. The fact that he is out there to hit, to make sure that you know whenever he's out on the ice. And I think that's really important moving forward here for Dallas.
He just said this is a description of he's got a big body and he uses it. And that's really important going forward for him. And it is just like Jamie Alexiak. And he plays better with skilled players. He insulates skilled players. That's going to help him a lot down in Dallas.
6'5", 215. And remember, he's the first Swiss-born D-man picked in the first round since
A Swiss-born D-man, too, yeah.
Back in 2013 by San Jose, went 18th overall. So I'm sure they're enjoying things in Switzerland with another bona fide NHLer coming out at number 18, Jason.
Well, I think the development is going to be really important for the player. He's an absolute giant of a defenseman. There's no question. So when he has time and space and arrives appropriately, he swallows people up. What I'm going to be looking for, though, in the North American game is his post-to-corner quickness and coming back, defending down low Pierre in his zone. He's going to have to
here we go.
that way. He's going to put in the work, no question. And I have to say, at 6'5", 226, he's the first draft guy tonight to come up with a snazzy.
I was kind of hoping my team would grab him. He's off the board now.
Fashion's been a big part of the night. We heard Carolyn in some of the interviews as well. To Jeff Merrick.
You know, this is a team, you know, very much in need of a defenseman like this, as the guys have just been talking about, because it's a team with
He's going to tell people.
Forward prospects that will all join the mix sooner than later. Wyatt Johnson, first rounder last
They're
year.
talking about Dallas. We'll listen in here for a second.
Start with the Dallas Stars next season. We look at Maverick Bork of Shawinigan, monster season, led the team to a Q title and a Memorial Cup berth as well. He's a first rounder from 2020. Logan Stankoven of the Kamloops Blazers, 104 points in the regular season, 31 more in the playoffs to lead all goal scorers. He looks great. Sam mentioned, many expect Thomas Harley to stick next season, but they identified a need, and that is fill the prospect pool with defensemen. The Dallas Stars are set up front. They need help and they addressed it on the back end with the gentleman standing at the general manager.
Well, Lian, it's the middle of the night in Switzerland, but you're confident your grandma is very much awake and celebrating?
Of course, like the whole family is up. They're all together by me at home. And yeah, it's a great night.
Well, you play in the top league in Sweden. How do you think that's prepared you for the NHL?
Really a lot. It was a tough year last year, and mentally also, like, I needed to go through a lot of things, and it was a big show last year.
You've been to the States twice. Have you ever been to Dallas?
Yeah, at the 18, it was in Texas, Dallas, and yeah, it was a great city there, and
Well, enjoy your time there. Congratulations.
thanks a lot. Thanks.
David?
All right, Carolyn, it is truly an international game. Take a look at this. I mean, we got 9 different countries represented in the first round. That ties an NHL record from 2014 and 1999. Bichel, a Swiss player, and here is what we've seen in previous years in 1999 again. So it's really spread out throughout many continents here. 9 different countries represented. And for those keeping track, we're 18 picks in. We've got 12 forwards. We've got 6 defensemen. We got get out a goalie. We're not expecting a goalie in the first round. What do you make of what we're seeing of this international flavor this year?
Well, it's really cool. And I think what happens sometimes is that players retire and maybe they go back to their home countries and they start to change things a little bit. Or sometimes North American players that played in the National Hockey League end up going to other countries and try and implement some of the things that made them successful as players, as coaches in North America. And I think about Craig Ramsey and I think about how the Slovakian game has changed, where they used to play defense and be a country that didn't want to be scored against. Now they're an attack country. They're encouraging their young players to go out and play offense to try and beat other teams as opposed to prevent them from scoring. And I love that change in mentality because the young players these days, they're so talented, they're so skilled. They're all about improving in those areas and not just being guys who want to be good hockey players, but really excel and be elite hockey players.
You know, it's funny to talk about Slovakia for a second. Talk about players putting their money where their mouth is. Zdeno Chara, Marian Gaborik, Marian Hossa, all played for Dukla Trenčín. They helped build a rink for Dukla Trenčín with their own money. That's how much they care about giving back to their society.
Yeah, I think, Sam, just real quick, you hit on a very valuable point. Some of these countries used to play not to lose.
Yeah.
Now they're playing to win. And what you're seeing is skilled players developing and coming here to the National Hockey League.
I can tell you the Minnesota Wild are making their way to the podium. Bill Guerin, the GM, in fact, he has this pick, 19. He also has pick number 24 coming up in a matter of moments. This was, of course, courtesy of LA in that trade for restricted free agent Kevin Fiala, who signed a big deal with the Kings. So Minnesota, first of 2 picks over the next 5 picks. And again, Minnesota had a franchise record for wins and points. Didn't have a lot of playoff success, though. So they're trying to add something for the immediate future here. Let's hear what they have to say.
We'd like to thank the Montreal Canadiens, the City of Montreal, for being such gracious hosts. Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche, and our deepest condolences to the San Jose Sharks and the Marchment family. And with our first pick, we'd like to pick from your garden, Liam.
It's Minnesota.
So Liam O'Brien, a right winger out of Sweden, the 5th straight European player taken in this draft, goes to the Minnesota Wild. Known as a player with a lot of skill, naturally, to be taken this early on. Jason, give us the whole scouting report, though, on O'Brien.
Captain of Team Sweden at the U18 Championship.
Okay.
He came into the tournament suffering from a high ankle sprain and fought through it. What you just saw there is his tenacity.
Now that I've dealt with the hacking, Liam Ogren. Oh, the Leafs wanted this guy. This is a really good pick for Minnesota. Number 19. He's ranked 20th overall by the Hockey News.
I love his character. He should have been taken earlier. Just telling you right now, I saw him a ton. This is a character.
Left winger, shoots left, 6'1", 190 pounds. People compare him to Philip Forsberg. A lot of people say he should have been picked earlier. Yeah, 6'1", 190. I said that already. Yeah,
is a little bit different than maybe we expected it to be.
That's a good pick by Minnesota. Really good pick. I know a lot of teams were looking at this guy.
Hey, there are guys that some teams have extremely high on their list, where another team might have that same player 10, 15 spots, or maybe even out of the round altogether. So I guess the one thing that we haven't talked enough about this guy is that he does play with some heaviness, with some bite to his game to go along with that skill. So when you marry the will and the skill together, plus you add the leadership qualities, it's pretty cool. There was a little bit of background noise surrounding this player going into in the suite, and I think the team had to do their due diligence to make sure that some of those things off ice were okay, and I guess Minnesota felt comfortable.
Yeah, Barry Smith was a coach at Djurgården. He's a good friend of mine, coached in the NHL for a long time. He coached this player, and he says all that other stuff you're talking about is a bunch of nonsense.
All right, well, this is live TV. You all know that, and including for the teams, there's lots going on the draft floor. Minnesota has 2 picks in 5, in 19 and 24. They actually forgot the jersey. They forgot to bring the sweater up. They had to find a sweater for him. It was like, uh-oh.
Here we go. Okay, getting behind here. Trying to get out of the hacking scenario. Let's catch up. Back to the stream. Okay. We're on a commercial break. Let's just turn that down. Okay, I'll be. What a Nick's been talking to me here, and I haven't. That's some quality French from the north. Yeah. I guess seeing Caulfield blossom at the end of the season has people believing in small forwards. True enough. I'll be right back.
Now is your time to build it, to tell that story, to care, to innovate, advocate, dare, to apply, to accept the challenge. Seneca, challenge accepted. What's your favorite Kiss 92.5? The biggest hits. The best throwbacks. Okay, so who's your favorite in the morning then? How about that? Get it all on Toronto's Kiss 92.5.
Carolyn Cameron out on the floor with the newest member of the Minnesota Wild.
Liam, as a little kid growing up in Sweden playing hockey, did you imagine this moment? Is this what you expected?
I mean, it's been a dream my whole life, and I always look forward to this, and I always dreamed of it. But yeah, it's a dream come true for sure.
Well, and your dad's in the hockey world. He's a strength and conditioning coach. He's worked with the likes of Gabriel Landeskog. So how, not just in the last few years, but your whole life, how has he helped prepare you to be an NHLer?
Okay. Back to the live stream. Washington is next. Number 20.
It's been really good for me and really inspiration for me. So.
Okay, it's just a player interview. Blue.
Alexander Ovechkin, the number 1 pick many moons ago. What about Sidney Kidd, the number 1 pick as well? Those are the next 2 teams picking. Washington at 20 and Pittsburgh at 21.
Okay, trying to. Washington's up on the stage here.
Any thoughts here very quickly, Sam?
Well, you look at Washington, they've got a pretty good track record of drafting in this area, but even at 20, this is one of the higher picks they've had in the first round in a long time. Always competitive, always in the fight.
And they're an older team, 13 players under contract, 30-plus years, so they're going to add some youth right now.
Washington select from Omsk, Russia, Ivan Reshnachenko.
Ivan Reshnachenko. Another Russian for the Capitals. Wow. Miroshchenko. He's a left winger who shoots right. 6 foot 185 pounds. They compare him to Tarasenko. Well, the fact that he's not in Russia and he's at the draft is a good start for him. He was ranked number 40 by the Hockey News.
of this draft cycle.
Especially going into the draft year. But if you're Ross Mahoney and the rest of that scouting staff, Stephen Bowman, you're thinking about, we're going to have to watch this guy a lot on video because of the cancer diagnosis, because of the fact that you didn't get an opportunity to see it maybe as much as you would have liked. But you're talking about an organization that's got great intel in Russia.
Well, I just want to say something real quick, sir, Pierre. Ross Mahoney and Steve Bowman in the scouting fraternity for North Americans spend, I think, the most amount of time in Europe scouting Europe products. So this isn't a surprise that they would have a significant amount of intel.
Borshchenko, pure scores, he might have the best job of the draft. He really might.
Skates an off season with Malkin.
If he had not had the cancer diagnosis, he would have gone much earlier.
Won silver at 2021 Under-18 World Juniors.
Of course, the best, and he's able to get back to hockey activities. That's a great story. There was the captain of Russia's gold medal team, of course, at the 2021
the captain
Gretzky Cup as well. Ivan Borshchenko.
There's a couple of teams that we looked at that thought might go down this road. I think you're thinking about Tampa, you're thinking about Detroit, you're thinking about teams with multiple picks, and definitely Washington was one of those teams because they've got a lot of currency with Russian players. And anytime you go and draft that player, you want him to feel comfortable, especially this young guy.
Pittsburgh's on the board now.
So he's going to be welcomed with open arms. And I think it's quite interesting that he's actually in the building here on site.
Yeah,
probably clears
it is interesting. He's in the building on site.
The agency brought him over early this spring after he got the healthy diagnosis that he could travel and not be worried about
Probably a good idea.
This is just a great story, and he's got significant options up there.
And what makes it an even greater story is look at this scenario when he was saying and get involved in this and have a battle cancer himself.
That's awesome. Hockey is such a tight-knit community. A lot of people cheering for Ivan Borshchenko, 20th overall pick, going to Washington. So much going on, right? Obviously, as you mentioned.
One kind of element that they were able to explore was he was getting treatment in Germany, and the under-18s were over in Germany. So at that point, he was exposed to a lot of teams that wanted to talk to him, see how he was doing, try and get the medical reports to see if he was going to be cured. And that's, I think that probably played a key part of this as well.
All right, let's get back on the floor with Elliot Friedman.
Well, as you have all been talking, this is a great story because of what Borshchenko has been through. Brian, what made you comfortable enough to make the pick?
I mean, we went over the risks. I think we got the medical report. We went to our doctors.
So this guy who had a cancer diagnosis at one point.
And I thought our guys thought the upside was worth taking the risk involved. He's a really good player. They like the personality. They like the character. Like what he's battling through right now. And, hopefully it works out. We got a really good player on our hands.
Thanks very much, Brian.
Thanks.
Dave? All right, Elliot. He has us covered on the floor. And we've got Steve Dangle and Colby Armstrong. They've got us covered live streaming the draft on YouTube, a different twist on all the things. They have plenty of guests, lots of fun reaction.
Oh, boy.
To the great personalities in the game, Steve Dangle and Colby Armstrong. And, of course, they're hydrated BioSteel. So check that out on YouTube if you want another alternative.
What time is it now? I have no track of time. 6:48 p.m. Pacific.
In Montreal at the 2022.
Philly up next? No, Pittsburgh's up next.
And
sorry, I saw Hextall walking around. I just thought Philly.
At 21, about to take the podium with GM Ron Hextall.
Oh no, his son is doing the floss. Stop it!
This is the blueprint for how you run a sports organization, and now they're going to add some more talent. And they added Chris Letang, by the way, for 6 years and $36 million today. Which questions what's going to happen with you getting Malkin? Maybe they want to look for a forward. I don't know.
Really important here because they don't pick again until 118th. That's in the 4th round. So this pick is really key for the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Right, no second and no 3rd round pick. And again, they lost in heartbreaking fashion. There's Berkey to the New York Rangers in 7 games in the 1st round, having held a 3-1 series lead. In fact, they've only had one 1st-round pick, guys, since 2014. Sam Poulin back in 2019 as the Penguins take the stage.
Okay, Penguins on the stage.
They're saying, you know what, we're in it to win it every year. So they're trading away their 1st pick. They're acquiring assets that are going to.
So Washington made a bit of a risky pick there, but
you're always in that win now mode. Good on the Pittsburgh Penguins, regardless of who's the general.
Let's see what Pittsburgh does. Still, Ryan Chelsea is the highest-ranked player on Hockey News. Anyways, who's still not picked. He's a right shot defenseman from Minnesota.
First overall by the Penguins back in 2001. Here's Ron Hextall.
To announce our first pick, 3-time Stanley Cup champion.
There's Brian Burke next to him.
Chris Letang.
Chris Letang, who just signed, is going to make the pick. Nice. Montreal fans obviously love
Bonjour Montréal. Merci beaucoup pour l'hospitalité. Les Penguins de Pittsburgh sont fiers de repêcher. The Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select Owen Pickering.
Owen Pickering. I was just about to mention his name. Ranked 16th by the Hockey News. He goes 21st. Left shot defenseman. 6'5". WWE wrestler. Ranked number 15th among North American skaters, 178 pounds. That's kind of light for a 6'5" guy. They compare him to Tyler Myers. Let you hear what they say about him here.
They went all in, it worked, they won the championship, they didn't get it done in the Memorial Cup, but that took its toll. And they've had the general manager, head coach James Sisson, Chad Leslie has come in there, and this guy has done unbelievable things. This 2004 born age group for the Swift Current.
So Ryan Chelsea is now the only guy left in the top 16 ranked on the Hockey News who still has not been picked.
Most likely on day 2. This guy's the 7th piece of it all. And it's interesting, in the span of draft here, guy's 5'9". Now he can kiss the street lamp. He's that tall.
He's 6'4". Let's send it down to Kyle.
Well, David, we had Carolyn in the pre-show interviewing Pickering, Geeky, and Matejchuk, the 3 Manitoban boys, and they alluded to the fact that they all played baseball together. Once upon a time, they were all here in Montreal representing Team Manitoba at the U13 National Baseball Championships. Who could have imagined then that all 3 would be back in the same city years later, all selected in the first round?
What do they say about this guy? Good thing that most of Pickering's deficiencies could be diminished on a team that has a capable development coach. Scouts would like to see him play more assertively in the offensive zone for someone so big. He should have a 10-foot buffer zone with his skating, reach, and size. Yeah, he's skinny for that height.
I'm pounding water left, right, and center, like 3 liters. Like, I got to go to the washroom. I throw my phone in my pocket before I get on the scale. He hits 180. He hopped off that scale and hurried down the road and went just to get to that 180 mark. So really cool how this young man, he knows what he's got to do.
He's got to put on some weight. Hextall is tall too, because the kid is just about the same height as Hextall.
All of those things, being a great player so far.
Interesting. I didn't know Hextall was that tall. What's Nick saying here? Lemieux, Koivu, even Kessel. Cancer hits some great players, and it's an incredible test of character. Very true, yeah. Yeah, so let's see what happens with this kid. I mean, he had 2 things against him being from Russia, not knowing if he'd be able to be shipped out of the country, but he was there for the draft, so that's a huge pro bono, and that he had to go through cancer as well. But good on him. Hopefully he can overcome it, right?
That makes no sense.
This being one of the few first-round picks Washington has had in a while. Let me turn down this commercial. If you happen to be watching this, don't open any messages from me because my messenger just got hacked and I just haven't had time to change my password. Oh, I did not put up the Pittsburgh pick, did I? Shit. Number 20, at least on the board. Number 21. Oh, damn it. There he is. Yeah, Owen Pickering. Okay.
you're taking a look at yourself in the monitor in that jersey, what does this mean to you to wear this jersey and have crystal tag?
Okay, so they're interviewing the player.
It means the world.
I don't think anyone's too interested in that. Owen Pickering, 6'5", dude. All right, so I've caught up here. We're on 22. Who's on deck? Anaheim is on deck. Again, Anaheim has already picked once before at number 10, by the way.
2 years old, shooting around. That's funny. Nice number too.
Yeah, with Geeky and the Take Check too, of course, your cousin. You're going to three Manitoba boys.
Okay.
To share this moment with them, and you're going to be in the same division as Denton.
Yeah, it means the world. Kind of look at our province, and it's a big day for Manitoba. So super proud. And it was nice to watch those guys kind of have their moments, and super excited.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a look at Owen Pickering here from Swift Current. All rangy, real good spin, real good vision, outlets the puck very well. Not just a one-trick pony, he can shoot it from range and sees the ice back four on the power play. There's a little bit of work to do with them. I wish he could be a little bit more aggressive as we're seeing right here all the time. But there's so much to work with here, Sam, with that foundation to build upon. You see it. When you think about from 14 to 18, you go from 5'9" and all of a sudden you're like a 6'4" guy. Like, that's a lot to deal with. So you're not used to your body. And I think once you have the weight, you realize when you start to push people around a little bit, that will start to enter his game, especially as he gets stronger.
Let's move to the Anaheim Ducks. The 22nd pick coming their way.
Mason McTavish, who was our third overall pick last year, will make our selection.
The Anaheim Ducks.
Here we go.
Nathan Gaucher from the Quebec Hockey League.
Mason McTavish making the pick. Nathan Gaucher, and yes, the QMJHL represented finally at the draft from the Quebec Red Hearts. 6'3", 207-pound center going to Anaheim. What's the scouting report here on Nathan Gaucher?
He's one of those players who's reliable in all situations. He's a guy that's not going to be a massive point producer, but a guy you need on your team to be able to play in all situations. He had 5 shorthanded goals this year. That led to Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. You can rely on the PK. He's defensively responsible, 59% of the face-off circle with the Remparts. Playing for Patrick Roy is not always easy because he requires the most out of everybody on every single night. And when it comes to Gaucher, we talk about that type of reliable player. Those are key players to have in your line. Yes, we're not talking about a guy. It's interesting because in the scouting world, you say he's going to play. He's going to be one of those guys who's going to play. But you're not going to lean on him to be that high producer for you. But you know you're going to need him in order to win games because of how responsible he is. There's a little bit of Braden Shen in him.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you know what I think of when I think
Oh my God, I'm ignoring. I keep on getting hacked here. I'm not paying attention.
But this is a guy, a big body that provides leverage in battles. So where he's not very creative off the rush to make real slots.
Oh, I know this haircut. I know this haircut anywhere. This is Nathan Gaucher. Right? Yeah, Nathan Gaucher. Haha. He's a 6'3" centerman. Right shot, 207 pounds. They compare him to Blake Coleman.
This is the type of player where you're saying, all right, he doesn't have that huge ceiling, but we know he's going to play.
It is definitely in the blood. With so many of the picks we see here, it's really, there's a lineage there, right? It's the cultivation of the talent. And some great
Number 22.
Brother Jacob, captain of Big Como, Father Yannick, a Quebec League scout as well. So incredible moment here for Nathan Gaucher and his family in his home province getting selected. It's going way far away.
Yeah, from Quebec, as you already probably heard.
Does Jeff Merrick have anything to add?
Yeah, 57 points in 66 games in the QMJHL. 31 of them goals. Wow.
You look down the middle, the future of the Anaheim Ducks is really great. You already have Trevor Zegers there. We just saw Mason McTavish. I know
Who's on deck now? St. Louis.
To have him in the lineup is really his next season as well. And now you throw Nathan Gaucher in the mix. It's like this is their center core for the next 10 seasons.
Nathan Gaucher.
It's Prince, and then you throw
guys like, defenseman Olin Zellweger into the mix. You guys mentioned Drew Hellison involved in the Josh Manson deal from earlier. You look at what this organization has been able to do, not just identify, but draft and develop. It is an elite crop of prospects that this Anaheim Ducks team can boast. And from a prospects point of view, this team is the envy of the NHL. Here's José with Carolyn Cameron.
Okay, St. Louis coming up.
All
right, well, he'll be there in a matter of moments. They're usually pretty quick. Maybe they don't like all the fashion questions. They're getting a little nervous to bring up the old kid photos and stuff. They're a little nervous to set onto the stage.
Okay.
But we can tell you, Ron Hextall, who made a pick just moments ago, is standing by with our.
It's my wife giving me sign language. Watch the baby.
Well, you have Chris Letang up there, a righty. You just drafted a lefty. Is this your future defense combo?
Makes sense, doesn't it? Let's hope they either sign Tang or a long-term deal. Hopefully, Owen's playing with him at some point here.
What did you like about him? What did you like about Pickering?
We actually like his trajectory this year. We started off, and we met with him yesterday. Not long ago, he was 5'9", and now he's 6'4", and we feel like he's going to put on a lot of weight. We like his two-way game. We like his skills, and we just think there's a lot of.
This is Hextall talking to Elliot Friedman here.
Today, gotta ask Malkin, anything going on there?
We're hoping. We're certainly working away at it, and now we've got a little bit more clarity, salary cap-wise, with Hanger in there. So hopefully the next step is getting Gino done.
Thanks very much, Ron.
Thank you.
Guys,
He hopes to get Gino done. We'll see how that goes.
No one's afraid. We've got Nathan. Nathan, you grew up just across the river. What does it mean to stand on this stage in this city?
It's unbelievable. I'm living like 30 minutes away from here. All the families here, 60 people. We could hear them yell. It was just unbelievable.
Patrick Waugh is your coach of the Red Cards. What's the best piece of advice he's given you?
It's just being myself. He's taught me so much about just being a pro every day, coming to the rink and just be ready for the next level. So he's been huge for me.
Well, congratulations. Good luck in Anaheim.
Thank you.
Sam?
You know what's interesting is he's so aware that we're talking about José, but I just want to go back to Pickering and talk about Hextall a little bit. And that Pickering pick he compared himself to Travis Sanheim, taking the exact.
We're talking about Pickering again, Pittsburgh's pick.
177th overall. Here he is as a first rounder like Sanheim was all those years back, who went 17th overall. Same sort of height, same sort of growth potential, same sort of trajectory that Hextall talked about. And it's just amazing how aware these young guys are these days.
7 p.m. What's 10 p.m.
And he's right.
Eastern?
Still got a ways to go to prove it, but he's right to this point when it comes to Owen Pickering. And it's a real cool
I'm sure that Hexie brought it up.
This is late. This is going to go for probably at least for another 30 minutes, I feel. I feel like we've got at least 30 minutes left here. St. Louis is on the stage.
This guy's familiar to me, and that gives me some comfort. St. Louis Blues, they are ready to make their selection. They've made the playoffs 10 of the last 11 years. Of course, they lost in the second round to Colorado in 6 games this year. Their last 3 first selections out of the CHL, 2 from the Q.
The 23rd selection, the St. Louis Blues are pleased to select Jimmy Snuggerud, MTPP.
Ginny Snuggerud?
So it's Jimmy Snuggerud, the 5th pick from the U.S. national team.
Ginny Snuggerud.
A lot of teams were very, very high on. All the things I read leading up to this draft was such great ceiling for this guy.
How do you spell that?
265 NHL games.
Oh, Jimmy Snuggerud. Okay. Ranked 17th by the Hockey News. And he goes number 23. A right winger, right shot, 6'2", 186 pounds. They compare him to Timo Meyer in the Hockey News.
Really come a long way, and around the net, absolutely brilliant. Magic hands. He can pick up rebounds.
You can hear that talking about him.
He's good at finding that open space and that soft ice right around the net. That's where he excels in this game. You need goal scoring. He fits
From Minnesota.
The St. Louis Blues, a little bit taller, a little bit heavier. Exactly what Doug Armstrong was drafting when they won the Stanley Cup a few years back.
I would love to be Bob Motzko, the coach at the University of Minnesota. Logan Cooley went 3rd overall. Now Snuggerud's got 23rd overall. Those guys are going to be likely at the University of Minnesota next year. It's going to be unbelievable. Snuggerud is a legitimate big-time shooter. That's his calling card. You can really shoot. David, you made a good point before. A lot of teams want him. Look at the team that's picking at 24, Minnesota. He's a native son.
Yeah, taken right from under them. Meanwhile, let's get down to the floor. Kyle, that's something out.
Okay, David. Well, Nick Fora, assistant coach with the U18 at the U.S. program this past season, he said of Jimmy Snuggerud, so the first couple weeks when they were at the program together, when they were U17, they had a skills day on the ice, and he noted this kid at the far end of the rink shooting puck after puck, and it gave him flashbacks of when Austin Matthews was with the program. And Nick said,
"Oh, throwing around Austin Matthews' name again."
Jimmy plays, but just the release gave him severe flashbacks.
They're comparing the
of
release,
Austin
obviously.
Matthews. So St. Louis has a real shooter on their hands, it seems.
Good shooter. Okay.
What I really like about this player, guys, is there's some centermen in the league that aren't necessarily.
Still, Ryan Chelsea has not been picked.
He's not necessarily going to be the guy that's
The only guy in the top 18 I've got here. Not gone yet.
And you get this hit the butt, and he sniffs out a little bit of ice, a little bit of net to shoot it, it's going in the net. Like, that is his element. You got to score goals. Like, keep coming back to it, but this guy's an elite shooter. You get it to him in the right area, the puck's in the net, and you can count on it.
Well, Leafs Nation, get ready because Kyle Dubas is set to make a lead pick in 2 picks from now. The Leafs are picking, the Habs are picking. You're watching.
Minnesota's on deck.
NHL Draft on Sportsnet.
Minnesota's on deck. Who's that? Is that Matt Aiken? Hey, how's it going, buddy? Glad you could pop in and say hello. Welcome. Welcome. Santé, Prost, Skol, cheers. Zdrovia. This is my beer right here. Right here. It's parallel to your beer. Ha ha ha. There we go. Yeah, my messenger got hacked. Don't answer. Don't click on the link. Jesus. And it's right in the middle of my stream. I can't do anything about it. It's kind of like letting me astray a bit. Focus. Squirrel. 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 Oh, really? Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. We got to have another phone call. I'm actually going to port sometime soon, so actually tomorrow we should chat soon.
And enjoy the important moments.
Ugh.
Add to
Wow.
your healthy lifestyle with Centrum's new range of benefit blends.
Well, I hope you could stick around for a little bit and watch the rest of the draft here. Yeah, it'd be good to talk to you, obviously.
He's going to be back on the podium. They had the 19th pick. They took Liam Ogren. And they're
Are you working right now, Matt?
But first, Jimmy Snuggerud standing by with our Carolyn Cameron.
Here you go. Minnesota's next at number 24. And she's interviewing a player right now. Okay. How's everybody like my new mic? Like my little dead cat on top of it? Very nice. Yeah. Oh, boy. That's rough, Matt. I'm sorry to hear that. If you can walk. Really, it's that bad, huh? Ooh, yikes. Yeah, let's chat soon. For sure. Stick around on the feed here. Love to have you, obviously. And either way, we can chat one-on-one and we'll talk soon. Here comes Minnesota. Here comes Bill Guerin up with his entourage to the podium. Let's see what they do here at number 24.
And I love a guy who walks into a job, not afraid to take risks, been trained by a lot of really good general managers along the way. Now he's got his own ship to run.
So Minnesota has picked 19th already. They got a left winger and Ogren, a really good pick for Minnesota. And now they're at pick 24. They're taking all the picks the Maple Leafs wanted to get. Basically, is what they're doing. Damn you, Minnesota. We'll see what they get here. Okay.
With the 24th selection, the Minnesota Wild are proud to select from Magnitogorsk, the KHL, Danila Yurov.
Danila Yurov.
Jason, you've been talking at length.
Danila Yurov. Right winger, left shot. 6'1", 172 pounds.
Disrespecting the other top 10 picks in this draft. It's a special day for everybody. This player is a legit top 6 player in this draft. That's how good he is.
They say he's a top 6 player. You obviously heard that. He's number 7 on your skating list. They compare him to Mikko Rantanen.
Makes plays on his own. I mean, he does absolutely everything offensively that the NHL team. Then he's got the white shoes. That's 2 white shoes tonight, guys. That's awesome. It's like, I mean, this is an elite pick. And to your point, Sam, Bill Garrett, they've got Kaprizov there, so they've got some pedigree in place to hopefully bring a Russian over.
Another Russian, yeah.
But I love the fact that
well, he's there. He's in Canada, so that's good. Keep him there. Keep him in Canada or North America anyway.
And as a winger, he's a tremendous talent. What do we talk about? Teams that would be eligible to do it. We looked at Tampa, we looked at Detroit, we looked at Washington, but he also
comparable player. They say Marian Hossa.
So there is some risk, obviously,
on Sportsnet here.
Pick, but when you've already got a player that you really like at 19 and over, now you can be a little bit more risk-taking in this venture.
These are 2. Minnesota's done a real good job here at 19 and 24. These are 2 real good players.
Bill Garrett has done a great job, as you guys mentioned, in making tough decisions. Like the Kevin Fiala trade was a tough decision, right? They got another.
And Brock Faber, the player they got,
so wow.
He's at the University of Minnesota, and he's a big-time guy too.
So Ryan Chelsea is now.
It looks like a trade just happened.
Oh, trade! We got a trade.
We have a trade to announce.
Trade.
The Toronto Maple Leafs trade Peter Mazarek and pick number 25, which will be the next pick in this year's draft, to the Chicago Blackhawks for pick number 38 in this year's draft. So Toronto trades Mazarek and pick 25 to the Blackhawks for pick 38.
Wow. The Leafs.
So Chicago will be on the clock right now.
Give Chicago pick.
Something with Chicago and the Canadian teams, right? They've made
pick 25
with Montreal
and take their pick 38 in exchange for Mrazek.
Yes.
Let's go back to last year's trade deadline.
Or Toronto gets pick 38 for Mrazek and their 25. Interesting. I don't think I'm upset about that. That's not bad. I expected Dubas to trade down anyways, especially if there were certain players that weren't available to him, which I think were already picked, like the Ogren that I mentioned already, who was picked by Minnesota.
This is the way to do it, yet they still get a pick in an area where they probably get a player they like.
So are they freeing up money? They don't have Jack Campbell as a UFA. They don't have a goalie right now. Peter Mrazek and Jack Campbell, are they freeing up money?
Mrazek's gone. Wow.
Because Fleury signed today.
I don't know for who, but maybe Ville Husso.
Yeah, that's part of it for sure, freeing up cap space.
I talked to Josh Dixon about this just before we came back on air. They're freeing up money. I don't know who it's for, but I might think maybe Ville Husso.
Well, I'm going to throw Kemper into that mix too, I guess, to be determined at another show next week with us, Pierre. This is a little bit of a surprise for me. I didn't think that Mrazek was going to be a tradable asset in any type of scenario. I thought he was a buyout candidate. So this is a win for Toronto. This is a win because they're in win now mode and they free up some cash.
You know, Chicago got rid of some money today with getting rid of Alex DeBrincat and his $6.5 million cap and $9 million in cash. So there was some space for Kyle Davidson to do things. Man, these young guys come in there and they start firing, don't they?
Yes.
Wow, they do.
So we're not going to hear from the Maple Leafs until tomorrow, unless something changes with the last 5 picks. As they moved their only first-round pick, number 25.
So they
for the 38th pick, but again, it's moving that salary of Peter Mrazek.
Mrazek's making like $3.8 million.
Well, let's get back to the draft. We'll have more on the Maple Leafs in a little while, but first, Bill Garrett and Elliot Friedman.
Take us through your 2 first-round picks.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I really listen to our scouts, and you know, there were just 2 guys that we had in our top 11 picks on our list, and you know, we feel very fortunate that we got them where we did. So it's been a really good first round for us.
Big day for you today too. You got Fleury done. Was there ever any question you were going to get it done?
Yeah, that was a big one to get Flower done today, and you know, just add him back into the mix. He's a really important piece for us. Him and Cam Talbot are going to be a fantastic tandem back there, and got all the confidence in the world in our goaltending.
All right, and just finally, Kaprizov, any clarity on just his situation?
No, we're just not commenting on anything like that.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Elliot.
Guys.
All right, thank you for that, Elliot. And for those wondering about Peter Mrazek's contract, he's owed $3.8 million this year and $3.8 million next year. So a pretty big salary move by the Maple Leafs as they move down 14 slots. They'll be picking 38. Meanwhile, Chicago's heading to the
Here we go.
podium.
Chicago's coming up.
Kyle Davidson. I mean, you talk about tough decisions with Bill Guerin. This guy's made 3 massive trades today.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Just to think that you're first time in the job. I know he's been mucking in the weeds going back to 2010 and some of their cup runs, but now he gets an opportunity to put a stamp on the Chicago Blackhawks franchise, and boy, did he ever put a stamp on it.
He is certainly not afraid. Doc traded, DeBrincat traded, and they bring in Mrazek as they move up a third first-round pick now coming for the Chicago Blackhawks. Let's hear what they're going to do with that pick. They already picked at the 7 and the 13th spot so far tonight.
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Chaska High School, Minnesota, Sam Rinzel.
Sam Rinzel. For Chicago, another defenseman. Sam Rinzel.
High school player, guys. You don't see that very often. A high school player. It's interesting. What do you make of this pick?
Right shot D, 6'4", 107.
Another right shot D.
A lot of rawness to his game, and it is really difficult.
Where's Rinzel?
High school players. Having said that, when you just look at the raw tools in and of themselves, you have to be impressed with what he's able to bring to the table. The guy is not afraid to bang bodies. Yes, he can jump up and produce offensively, although against that lower competition, he's really a man amongst boys.
There you go. Ranked number 42 overall by the Hockey News. Goes number 25 to Chicago.
Go ahead, you make the pick a little bit off the board. Some mock drafts had him maybe in the late stages of the first round, and so Chicago's saying, you know what, we're doing it. And we're doing it.
Red shot D, 6'4", 181 pounds. The best case scenario, they call him a Jake McCabe. Now playing in Buffalo, I believe. And he's from Minnesota. And this is the pick, of course, if you're just jumping in. The Maple Leafs just traded away for Chicago to take Mrazek. And Leafs got a pick number 38 in exchange for it.
A player like this is his projection. When you look at his numbers at Chaska at the high school level, those aren't elite offensive numbers, and you would hope that they would be a little bit higher. Here's the thing: he's not going to be that in the NHL.
Writing it down on the board.
He's a 6'4" body. He's going to fill out a little bit more. He'll transport the puck. I'm good with that, but I don't expect him to run your power play. I don't need that out of this body as he matures to be a pro. And it's going to be interesting here. His timeline going to Waterloo, then going to college. We're looking 3-4 years down the road. Because they pick up these extra picks, they're comfortable with that development timeline.
Okay, there you have it. Looks like Montreal is next. At number 26.
Got a right-handed shot and a left-handed shot as well here. It's also worth noting, Rinzel played high school hockey with Jimmy Sluggerud. So, it's funny, this U.S. development program, they start them young. Look at the face. Right? This is a young kid. Smiles all around, out of high school and now possibly into the NHL. As you said, it's going to be a little bit of development before we see him in the National Hockey League. By the way, Montreal Canadiens, they're on the clock next. So a second pick coming from Montreal Canadiens. This place is about to get loud here. In Montreal.
Yeah, Montreal's next.
Skating ability for this young man. That's the great.
So for me as a Leafs fan, I'm a little disappointed. There's no picks in the first round. And I won't be covering the second through 7th rounds tomorrow. For the first time in a while. Maybe next year. But yeah.
This over the last 2 years. I felt bad for the draft picks the last 2 years. Doing it over a Zoom call, like we've all had meetings over Zoom calls, it's just not the same. We're social people, and you want to be face to face. And this moment is so different. I mean, look at the excitement here as they anticipate the 26th pick of this draft coming to the Montreal Canadiens. Any thoughts on that pick, by the way, gentlemen?
I'm fascinated here, and again, we're seeing another general manager in his first go-around really make a big splash. I don't know if there's a big splash left on the table here.
Well, what about his son? You want a splash? If they get Black Hughes, that would be the greatest story of the night, I'd have to think.
Pretty stoic looking group over there right now.
I say, come on, Dad. Here's the thing in the interview. When you interview with your father, it's the GM. What do you say? I have really great parents. I had a really good upbringing.
Something tells me Marty LaPointe did that interview and there was no Ken Hughes in there.
No, actually, Kent went in. He was about to leave, and they asked him to come back in and stay there and be in the room just to give a little bit of that uncomfortability and see how the young man would react.
We have Sam Renzel, I believe, standing by with Caroline Cameron. So let's go down there and take a listen.
Well,
Here we go.
You gave your family a big hug, and I guess you have your dad to thank. Explain the story of how he got you into hockey.
Yeah, I think just
Player interview. Turning it down. Turning it down. All right. All right, we got 3 people. We got 3. We're like 4 hours into right now. But we're almost done. We've got 6 more picks to go. What are we at? My local time at 7:20 p.m. That's like around 10:20 Eastern. Montreal is on the board. Matt Akins is saying, what did you think of the Romanov Duck trade situation? I'm not a big fan of that, Matt, for Montreal. I'm a big fan of it for the New York Islanders for grabbing Romanov. I don't know what they're doing getting rid of a really young defenseman like that, especially when they're rebuilding. And Duck, I don't know. He had a bad year this past season. Maybe he could rebound very possibly with more ice time, but I don't know. I'm not crazy about that either. Maybe that will pay dividends for Montreal, but at this point, I'm not terribly optimistic about it, to be honest. What are these guys talking about here? Anybody else have any questions? We got 4 people in the unbelievable. We're at a live feed high right now. This is this is fantastic. All the latecomers. This is great. We're like almost 4 hours in, by the way. Montreal is on the board again. How many times have they picked? Okay, this is only their 2nd pick. They obviously surprised everybody to pick Slavoski first overall, which doesn't seem much of a surprise now because Wright slipped to number 4. And they compare Slavoski anyways in the hockey news to Jagger. So that's exciting, and we'll see what they do next, right? Here we go. I'll turn it up a little bit. They're on the stage. Let's get this show on the road. See, Crunchy, from my perspective, Goulet can step up to Rome's spot easily. The contract most likely just wasn't there. That's a good point. Philip Machon.
So it's Philip Massar, a right winger.
Philip Massar.
Of course, Slovakians taken both 1st and 2nd overall. And
another Slovakian. Oh, for Montreal too. Philip Massar.
The result of what we've been talking about and the emergence of the Slovakian
Massar.
program. Here he is,
Okay, he's ranked 27th overall by the Hockey News here. So he goes one spot before his ranking.
Good job there. Push the puck ahead. Get it out of
He's a right winger, right shot.
My skill set, my hands allow me to do
he's 5'10", smallish, but 172 pounds. He's ranked number 20 on the European skaters rank there, and they compare him to Artti Lehkonen. So another Slovakian for Montreal.
You know what? He's not an overly large person. Got a good body, but he's a game breaker. That's the kind of player that he is.
I think the Leafs were interested in this pick as well. Here we go. Let me get this guy on the board here.
How's this for a stat? Matt, our great stat guy, just handed me this. Slovakia, 1st round picks in the last 10 years total. 1. 3 tonight. Unbelievable what's happening there.
And it is. And Craig Ramsey is a big part of that. I mean, let's go play, guys. Let's go score goals. Let's use our skill. We can skate as good as the Canadians or the Americans.
Here we go. Okay.
We have the hands. We have the skill set.
All right, so Montreal, the pick is in. Who's next here?
not to lose. Let's go out and play to win.
Who's next?
These three young guys have really done a great job in pushing that thing forward. Now,
I'm really hoping they go to a commercial break because I could pee. Really, if I'm being honest. Maybe too honest with you all. I went from 4 to 2. What happened? What happened? Okay, C Crunchy. I think Lambert may have been a safer pick, but having 2 Slovakians on one leg can mean good things. Yeah. Well, we'll see what Gouli does too. I know, he's a good pick, but I mean, I don't know. Romanov. It seems like too early to give up on the guy. But I do like their picks today. So, and I'm not sure about Duck. What do you see, Crunchy? What do you think about, or see Runchy? Crunchy, what do you think about them picking up Duck? Let's get your opinion on that. And the Sharks are next.
That's okay. And Philip, what a night for you.
Oh, she's interviewing a player, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go for a very quick leak.
Everything is kind of crazy. First 2 guys Slovaks. Now I am third. I'm Ireland to Montreal with you, right? So I really like that, and yeah, very good night.
Uri actually said that you are, quote, going to be a beast one day. How do you take that?
Yeah, maybe one day I will be. But I think Uri will be like a better beast than me. I'm like a little skill guy, and I'm technical guy. So maybe I will be like kind of that guy.
Okay, we'll quote you on that. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So like that's a great song there. A little beast, a smaller beast, baby. A skilled guy. He knows who he is.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
There we go.
How excited he is to be with his buddy, though. I mean, it's great to see these stories about, what
Sharks coming up. Okay. Crunchy, do you want to talk about the Duck? What do you think about the Duck trade? I'd like to hear you on that.
Watch all the reactions. You see the culmination of all that work, money, time, effort spent to come here tonight. I love seeing it.
There's a name on the board, guys, that's intriguing, and I'm almost feeling bad for him a little bit at this point. Well, Brad Lambert was projected to be a potential top 5 pick in this draft, and here we are going into pick 27, and crickets, right? We haven't really heard his name around our circles very much, so it's going to be interesting here in the next, if it doesn't happen tonight, in the next 10 picks, for example, to see if Brad Lambert's name is called.
What's happened there? Can you explain it?
It's lack of production is really what it comes down to. I mean, if you go back to 15 points in 46 games in Liga, as a double underage, you thought, all right, he's on the path upward. He goes to the World Juniors, he's pretty good. Go to the under 18s, not so much. And then the same thing happens again. But then you see him in the 2 games at the World Juniors this year. He puts up 5 points. He's absolutely electric. He is lighting it up. I think switching teams in Finland was a little bit problematic. You worry about some of the background noise when that happens. In the vacuum as a hockey player, this guy has the skill set to be a top 6 player. But all the noise and the lack of production has really set him back. And he reminds me so much of Araujo last year. When you go back to his double underage year, he was projected to be a
what's Matt saying here?
Going 52nd or 53rd to the island.
I liked how Gary Bettman interacted with the crowd and their reaction during the trade announcement. Yes. All night. He's been pretty good, actually. Gary's, has embraced the everyone hates me thing, which is cool. He's just. So, doesn't mean I don't hate him anymore. I still do, but it's good. It's good for him. He's handling it well, I think. Sharks are up. They're on the stage. Let's listen in. New manager of the San Jose Sharks.
Thank you, Montreal. You guys have been wonderful hosts this week. I'd like to congratulate Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche. Before we make our selection, on behalf of the Marchman family and the San Jose Sharks organization, I want to express our sincere thanks for the outpouring of love and support that we have received over the last 24 hours in response to the sudden loss of our beloved friend and colleague, Brian Marchment. As most of you know, Brian loved the game of hockey. He absolutely loved it. He breathed it. He used it. No one was happier to be at the rink than Mush. His opponents may not have enjoyed playing against him, but as someone who was his teammate, I can tell you that there was no one I would rather go into battle with, or who you would want on the bench than Brian.
Elliot Friedman reports that Cassian has been traded to Arizona with number 29, a future, a second, and a future for number 32. Huh. Okay. I guess that'll unfold shortly. That's kind of a confusing text or tweet.
We again send our most heartfelt condolences to all of Brian's family and friends, but particularly his parents, John and Joanne, his siblings, Wayne, Carrie, and Tara, and especially his wife, Kim, his children, Mason and Logan. We love you, Brian. You will be missed, but you will never be forgotten.
Yeah, so it cost the Leafs 13 spots in the draft to trade away Mrazek's $3.8 million cap hit and still get number 38 spot.
To make our first round selection.
Here we go. Here we go with the Sharks. Oh, no. What's going on here? Something's happening with my feed. I'll get it back in a second. Yeah, here we go. Where's the volume? I got back the feed. Where's the volume? Where's the volume? Okay. I don't know what happened to the volume here from my feed. I'm getting the view. I'm not getting the feed. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to reload the page again. The Sharks have just picked Bisted. There we go.
Conversation. He's so interested in you and what you're.
Oh my God.
But I was a 17-year in conversation. And he loved being at the rink.
Okay.
Every time you saw him, he just brought a smile to your face.
Some technical difficulties there.
We'd end up in the same place together, and you'd always.
That way to find out who this draft pick is.
He is really going to be missed. And I know that San Jose Sharks organization was completely broken up because he was the glue in that scouting group, in that development group. He brought the front office together with the players. He was that type of guy. I love it.
Brian Marchment died yesterday at age 53. Weird. No one knows why. Just answering Matt's question there in the chat. I'm still trying to figure out who San Jose picked because my feed got broken up.
As he goes 27th overall to the San Jose Sharks.
Who? Philip Bystedt.
Gentlemen, about Philip Bystedt.
Rough, big body forward. He doesn't do anything elite. He does a lot of things well. And I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but this is a little bit of a project for me. He's not an elite scorer. He's not exceptionally quick off the rush. Now, having said that, with his size, I do project him to be a 3F, somebody that can lean on some people, hopefully open up a little bit more space for his line mates. He can defend efficiently, maybe penalty kill for you, but this is a long-term view.
Okay, he's ranked 45th by the Hockey News.
But a similar type player when you
a centerman, shoots left, 6'4", 187 pounds. They compare him to Brock McGinn. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they all are saying project player. They're beating the same drum there. So I don't know how I'm excited for San Jose about this pick. Maybe my my YouTube buddy Nick could fill us in on that one.
At their draft table. Again, Brian Marchman, never forgotten.
Buffalo's up next.
Introducing the new Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar.
And we have a commercial. Okay. Well, let's just get this guy on the board here. Philip Bystead. I don't know what San Jose Sharks see in this guy that nobody else does, but it's something. Okay. All right, we're just in a commercial break here. Buffalo is up next. Nick Dunford says, "What did I do?" I'm not sure what you mean. What did you do? Oh, because you didn't get the spam that was sent out? My spam doesn't like you, Nick? Is that what you're referring to? I'm not sure what the context here is. What are you talking about, my friend? Okay, and we're back. We're back.
Sportsnet, hydrated by BioSteel. The Buffalo Sabres are prepared to make their third pick of the first round. However, once the Sabres are done, the Edmonton Oilers, Ken Holland and the gang will have their first pick of the first round. And then
So it's after Buffalo, it's Edmonton? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, okay.
30th pick and their second of the first round. So look at your best available, Sam, and how do you see this shaking down in the next few minutes?
Well, it's really interesting. Isaac Howard had a great year with the U.S.
I think Shark fans really wanted Lambert, according to some of the blogs here. So I'm not sure how happy they are about the Bystead pick. Seems to be way off the board for most people.
Done a really good job in this draft. I mean, Matt Savoy's an outstanding center iceman. Noah Austin is a phenomenal playmaker.
And Buffalo, this is their third time up. And both times they've drafted really small. Got 5'7", I think 5'9" and 5'10". Matt Savoy is 5'9". Ryan Chelsea is still not picked, and he was ranked like 10th overall by the Hockey News.
And again, a team has missed the playoffs 11 straight.
Brad Lambert's still on the board here.
They need a lot of pieces. But remember, one thing you got to factor in, you have Owen Power, right?
Buffalo also picked Ostland. Here we go.
Are proud to select from the Czech League, Yuri Kulak.
Yuri Kulak for Buffalo.
And as you suggested, another centerman. And again, losing Jack Eichel, now they've added 3 centermen in the first round tonight. And from Czechia, number 28 overall, Yuri Kulak.
Just remember, they got
ranked 30.
Coming, they got JJ Paterka coming, they got Peyton Crest already there. These are all wingers.
He's ranked 31st overall by the Hockey News. The centerman, left shot, 6 foot, 172 pounds. They compare him to Martin Necas. Don't you need to have players play for at least 4 or 5 years before you start comparing draft prospects to them? I don't know. Seems a little strange to compare him to Necas already. Like the guy's played like 3 years in the league and 2 really only realistically when it comes to ice time. Anyway, Yuri Kulak for Buffalo. 6 foot. He's a bit taller. They're getting bigger. They're slowly getting bigger. You're talking about him now. We'll turn it up.
Specialty to his game, but you look at his 9 goals in the Super League. That's the 3rd most all time for an under 18 player. And you're talking about Yuri Kulak. Yeah, you can debate his NHL career, but still a star over in Czechia. And you're talking about Segura as well as the 2 ahead of him. So pretty heavy stuff. And you're able to score 9 goals in the men's league, and that's only been done at a better rate by 2 others.
Not just a scorer, though. He brings energy. He doesn't sit back and just say, "Get me the puck and I'll score." He can forecheck. He can create mayhem in the offensive zone. He's got good speed. He plays with a ton of energy.
The fascinating part to me, like, can one tournament make a difference? You were there. You saw the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And then when he does what he did there, I'll tell you, my eyes were like wide open, especially in the very unusual scouting cycle that we've gone through recently.
But one tournament can have that impact.
Especially in this cycle coming out of COVID.
Right. Awesome.
All right, give this a shot and see if Jeff Merrick has something to add from the draft floor.
Well, no, it's just that, going into this draft, we looked at the Buffalo Sabres, and you guys have hit on a lot of the main points. If you have a look at the Buffalo Sabres on the back end, they are completely set right now. The big three is going to be there for a long time, and they're really starting to come together. And that trio includes Owen Power, who's going to play all year for the Buffalo Sabres, Rasmus Dahlin, and Matthias Samuelsson as well. But I think we went into this draft, much like Pierre was saying, look, Peyton Krebs, Jack Quinn, JJ Peterka, these were all wingers. They need depth at center. They identified and they did something about it tonight.
We got a trade.
The Edmonton Oilers trade Zach Cassian, pick number 29 in this year's draft, which is the next pick. Edmonton's third-round pick in 2024, and Edmonton's second-round pick in 2025 to the Arizona Coyotes for pick number 32 in this year's draft.
Huh.
Wow. So Canadian teams once again getting involved. Edmonton trades the pick. We'll have much more on the Edmonton deal in just a matter of moments. And Arizona is actually on the clock right now, but we want to send it back down to the draft floor. Very cool standing by with our Carolyn Cameron.
Yuri,
Cast
congratulations. You were MVP.
They're going after a goalie,
at the
maybe.
Under 18s. How do you think that
Any comments there?
changed the minds of GMs and scouts?
Matt, I am excited about Thor: Love and Thunder because Taika Waititi is directing it. So yes, I haven't seen it yet. Actually, I don't. Is it even out yet? It's gonna be out soon. I know that. But yeah, yes is the answer. Arizona's next. How many times has Arizona picked? One. Wow. So Arizona's picking 3 times in the top 29. Unbelievable.
All right, thank you very much, Carolyn. And very cool that
So far, Arizona's picked 2 centers. So let's see who they get now.
maybe not a massive surprise because just like the Leafs, they're trying to free up some money here, and they've done that by moving Cassian.
Cassian's got 2 years left on his deal, about $3.5 million in the third year. So
You guys like this deal for Edmonton?
Opens tomorrow there, yeah. And that trade, Matt. Yeah, I think they're trading out because they're trying to sign a goalie. That's what I think what Edmonton is doing right here.
Well, they slide 3 picks. How big a difference is 29 to 32?
Well, for this year's draft, I think it's on par, to be honest with you. I don't see any difference between 29 and 32. So you're not going to feel the impact of the draft capital.
But they did give them an extra, what was it, second?
There's a real possibility. And I just want to bring you guys
In
back
2025
to
or 24, who cares?
There's a trend developing in the National Hockey League. These picks 2, 3, 4 years out are being traded out now. They're being traded out. And it's because of the cap situation. It never used to be like that here. It's like we traded a player out for 1 year. That was like a big deal. Now we're like 3 years up the road.
Well, it's funny. I mean, listen, COVID did a number on the cap. The cap at this point might have been at $90 million, not $82.5 million. And that's a substantial difference. That $7.5 million can get you 2 or 3 decent players. And they don't have the luxury of having that. So a lot of teams are thinking along those lines, right?
But that capital too. When you think about when Arizona wants to be good 3 years down the road, you have that 3rd round pick in 2024. It will have some prominence then, and a 2nd round pick in 2025. Likely, if you predict the future, those picks will be used to get assets to try and they hope at that time get them over the hump.
Let me cut you off just really quickly. I want to get down to the draft floor with Elliot Friedman.
That couldn't have been easy, but that was beautifully done. Oh, thank you. It's been a tough couple of days for the organization, and especially our scouting staff. We all love much, and those guys spend so much time with them preparing for the draft and on the road with them. So it's really been a tough 24 hours, but I got to give the guys a lot of credit. They powered their way through it.
can only imagine the excitement you had when you thought you started the night at number 11. Was it hard to trade down, considering it's your first real big challenge on the job?
Yeah, it's always kind of tough to move out of those picks in the top half of the draft, but we thought that we were getting a lot of value and trying to build up our prospect pool again. So getting a couple extra pieces we thought was very good.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Elliot. Arizona making their third first-round pick of the night. At number 3, Logan Cooley. At number 11, Connor Geeky. Let's hear what they have at 29.
The Arizona Coyotes select à le voltigeur de Drummondville, Maverick Lamoureux.
Well, Maverick Lamoureux, the second player taken out of the queue in his home province.
Logan Lamoureux, Maverick Lamoureux. Okay, for Arizona, he's a right shot defenseman.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice scene right there. 6'7".
6'7". Oh my God, 196 pounds.
What can we expect from Maverick?
Best case scenario, they compare him to Nick Hague from. Is he still with Vegas or is he with Ottawa now? I know Vegas traded one of their defensemen in Ottawa. Anyway, 6'7". Jesus.
Pretty good for a big guy. He obviously has to put on some weight and strength. He can shoot at the time. I think he's another one of those players that we talk about Pickering or Sam Renzel, that as he continues to grow into his body at 6'7", 197 already, you see a little bit of that in his game.
He's ranked 20th among North American skaters.
Pretty predictable. We're going to take on bad contracts. We're going to get as many prospects as we can, and we're going to go with size.
Matt says, I think we'll see a slide from the Oilers because of their goaltending situation. Well, maybe that dumping Cassian is a way to free up cap space in order to sign a goaltender like Campbell or Kemper or Fleury's off the board now. Who else is still kicking around? That's half decent. Husso, one of those three. I think those are the three biggest guys now.
Does anybody do it better than the NHL? The kid's crying on his way up to shake the commissioner's hand. It's a great night. This kid's a little bit of a project, but when you have as many picks as Arizona's had tonight, you can roll the dice.
He's a sore cheek guy. He always has a smile on his face. He
Yeah.
walks in
Okay.
He's got a smile. He leaves the rink. He's got a smile.
So we have 3 more picks left. Oops, I better write this guy on the board. We catch up here.
And a nice moment here in his home province as well. A special moment for his family. 6'7", one of the tallest players ever drafted into the National Hockey League. Oh, that's a beautiful ovation here in Montreal for the hometown boy.
That's really cool. He does some work on the side and in the offseason with Paul Boudelier, the defensive specialist coach, who goes around and has a real good client base, keeps him quiet, doesn't really get in anyone's way. But I tell you, the detail in which he goes about his business and trying to teach his players about closing gap, stick position, presence in front of the net, angling, all of these different things are things that he's going to be working on in the offseason.
Okay. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen.
In that field.
Matt's saying, I think their defense is still suspect as well. Oh, yeah, hugely. Yeah, after Bouchard and Nurse, I'm like, meh. I mean, what's his name had a good year, although he usually sucks. Played for Pittsburgh last season, Toronto the year before. My God. Ottawa the year before that. I'm having a hard time thinking of his name at the moment. He's playing like second pair D. But yeah, I mean, they really have some holes to fill on their defense as well.
Really going to happen for this team's first prospects and young players in this organization for the next 3 to 4 years. That is very deliberate, and that is not accidental at all by the Arizona Coyotes. They're looking to peak when the arena gets open.
That's a good point by Jeff Merrick. Although that's funny, that's such a unique situation, guys, because what did we mention earlier on today? I think 21 of the 32 GMs.
Cody Ceci, that's what I was trying to think of. Cody Ceci should not be in your top 4, ever. He had a good year with Edmonton, but I think that's an outlier, He was okay with Pittsburgh. He was bad with the Leafs, bad with Ottawa. I don't know.
All right, David, alongside Patter's dad, Patrick. Patrick, I just heard you say, I think I might cry. Could you tell me what emotions are going through your mind right now? It's been a long run.
Well, they're talking to the guy's dad right now, so Oh, we're 4 hours and 15 minutes in. 3 more left. Their defense is still Tyson Barrie. He's a liability on defense. You know, he's good on the second power play. I put even Bouchard or even Nurse ahead of him on the first power play unit. Barrie, Barrie's another bottom pairing defenseman who would have to play with a defensive defenseman. I don't think he's they weren't even playing him on the top power play anymore this season. I don't know. I think Oilers defense is quite suspect after Bouchard and Nurse, to say the least. Here we go. Just going through some messages here. We're warming up for Pittsburgh. Winnipeg is next. This is their second pick. They're picking 30th. Winnipeg's last pick was at 14. And now they're picking 30th. Let's see what they do.
Steve Hartley, Bob Hartley's son in Drummondville, and he's done a good job bringing Mavericks along.
Well, for the second time tonight, the Winnipeg Jets and Kevin Cheveldayoff are heading to the podium to make a pick. They picked at number 14, and that was Rutger McGroarty. And now, with the number 30 pick, we'll find out what the Winnipeg Jets have up their sleeves. Again, they missed the playoffs for the first time in 5 years, and a lot of question marks surrounding.
Okay, let's see what's on.
And the Jets.
Let's see what's on Twitter here. What's Twitter talking about?
The Winnipeg Jets are proud to
Winnipeg.
select from the Lahti Pelicans in Finland, Brad Lambert.
There he is, Brad Lambert. That took a while.
All right, there he is.
Right winger, right shot. 6 foot, 179 pounds.
And at one point, he was considered a top 5 prospect. So this is maybe a bittersweet moment right now.
Top 5.
Excited, but it's been maybe a tougher journey to get to this.
6 foot, 179 pounds.
What do you guys think about Brad Lambert?
Ranked number 10 in Euro skaters. They compare him to Eli Tolvanen.
For me, when he was an underage, double underage,
This doesn't surprise me, I guess.
A few years ago, he came on the radar, and he might have come on the radar a little bit too early because he had such a fantastic week, and the expectation, the bar was set very early for his trajectory. I'm really hoping that this kid can figure it out. I want to see a big smile here. I feel like draftitis. I know it's not a real disease, but I feel like he
Draftitis.
I felt like he felt the pressure of the world on him, and he lost the fun in the game. When he's on, fast, elusive, goal scorer, quick all over the ice. Let's hope he figures it out.
Do you leave him in Finland, or do you bring him over to play major junior hockey?
Well, it's interesting because the Saskatoon Blades just traded his rights in the Western Hockey League to Seattle, and Seattle's got a team that we've talked about a little bit already. Kevin Korchinski, they got Reed Schaefer, Jordan Gustafson. That would be a great group for him into. Getting back with Joel H.
I was expecting a JT Miller trade today. Must be some contracts going on. Yeah, I think that's going to happen any second. There's a lot of chat about that. Maybe there's some teams making cap space, what we think could be for JT Miller. Maybe it's not a goaltender, but and the Oilers and the Leafs spec, I think it's for a goaltender, especially for the Oilers. And the Leafs have no goaltenders right now. They haven't signed Campbell. Mrazek's gone. Fleury just signed. Who are they going after? Who's left? It's either Husso or Campbell, right?
He's loved the big man for as long as he can remember, since this very moment, actually.
So all the first 23 picks from the Hockey News are all gone. Ryan Chelsea, ranked at number 10, is still sitting on the board. a defenseman from Minnesota. Their best case scenario for him is Ryan McDonough. Very strange. He has not been picked yet, and we're almost at number 31. So
Kids would love to know, what are players drinking to hydrate? Over the years, our sports hydration product made its way to the most prestigious locker rooms in professional sports. Hydrating club players before they were stars, hydrating the future generation of athletes.
yeah, people are calling that a pretty expensive trade for Edmonton for Cassian. Well, I mean, they slid a few spots, and how many draft picks did they give up? Was it 3? Yeah, so here it is. So Edmonton traded their number 32 overall. So Edmonton gets the 32 overall pick, first round pick in this year's draft to Arizona for Zach Kassian, the number 29 pick, a future second round pick, and a future third round pick. And the dates aren't on that. I think they're for 2024 or 25 or something. And just reiterating the Toronto trade. Chicago got Peter Mrazek and Toronto's first round 25th round pick, in which they picked up Rinzel, right shot defenseman, and Toronto got Chicago's second round pick, 38th overall. So they moved 13 spots in the draft to dump Mrazek's contract. Matt Aiken is saying Halak. I don't think anyone. Halak is a sketchy number 2, I feel, at this moment. He was awful in Vancouver this past season. Yeah, no one's even taken that guy's attendance. You have to have a solid number 1 to have Halak as a number 2, in my view, anyways. Tampa Bay is picking. Tampa Bay is picking 31st overall. We're almost there, folks. Almost done.
Merci beaucoup pour la hospitalité. With the 31st pick, Tampa Bay Lightning pleased to select Isaac Howard from the U.S. Development Program.
Isaac Howard. Okay. Isaac Howard, a left winger, shoots left, 5'10", 182 pounds. They compare him to Jean-Gabriel Pageau. Let's see what they have to say about him. No, he's ranked number 9 among North American skaters.
I like
the belt going, the USA belt buckle going.
You can pull it off. Isaac Howard, a left winger out of the U.S. National Team Development Program, 5'10", 180 pounds, played at Shoddick in St. Mary's. We've seen Crosby, Parise, Taves, etc. Some famous alum have come from there. And what do you make of Isaac Howard, 31st overall?
Well, what we're seeing here is a quick strike player off the rush, finishing off his chances, right? When he gets into open space, he's got that extra little get up and go, an extra gear, and he loves to sniff out a goal. He's charismatic. You can tell by the suit. This is his personality. He wants to be the guy with the butt on his stick and big goals.
It's funny you say that because he wears number 3. I mean, how many forwards do you see wear the number 3? He was wearing 53 last year. U17's number 3 this year. He said he was coming with the white suit, JB.
The belt buckle.
And he's coming with a white suit.
Kyle, what do you have?
Well, Dave, just to add on all of that, so as you see in his highlights,
You see this guy's outfit. Oh my God, Isaac Howard. He looks like he's walking out of an episode of Miami Vice. He's wearing a white suit with like a teal green, almost turtleneck. That is bizarre. That's hilarious. That's awesome. That's you be you, Isaac. You be you. He's dressed to play it in Tampa, that's for sure. That's funny. Really, he looks like he just stepped out of a Lamborghini, an orange Lamborghini, wearing that white suit on Miami Vice during 1988.
He's on the radar to play in the NHL. Kept his development.
Matt Aiken, haha, just baiting you. You for you, bad man. You bad man. Okay, we have one more pick left. I believe this is the Oilers right now, if I'm not mistaken. We're last to pick after just trading it away to, or just swapping with Arizona there.
This is a perfect place for a guy like this with that big personality to go and develop.
Here we go. Running her down. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Guys, subscribe if you are not a subscriber to the channel. If you're new to the channel, I'd really appreciate it. I've taken a seat back ever since my wife and I welcomed our first child just over a month ago. So things have been a little hectic this year in general. But if you can support me by subscribing, giving a thumbs up, and go to my crowdfunding page at Buy Me a Coffee, I'd really appreciate it. Hit even $1 a month would be great. I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad within a year, so that's what's happening. And why did the volume just decided to go bye-bye here? I'm going to reload the page. I still have the visual, but why is it's being very finicky today. I don't know what's happening. I'm just going to reload the page. I mean, they're just interviewing the player anyways, so it's not like it's a must-hear situation. As he gives you all the cliche. There we go. Okay, and we're back. Edmonton is last.
First round, their picks coming up in a matter of moments. But let's get you back down because we do have Isaac Howard live with our Carolyn Camp.
It's musical chairs down here, David. Isaac.
Oh, now they're interviewing the player.
And be going to a franchise such as the Lightning.
Yeah, I can't describe it. To finally, hear my name called.
I'll just turn that down. For any of you who want to support me on Buy Me a Coffee, here's the link right here. I just put it in the feed there. If you want to hit that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Even $1 a month will just encourage other people to donate as well. It would help me to focus more on YouTube. More than my current job, which will eventually be turned into a Mr. Mom in about a year. And I'll be, staying at home full time. So whatever you can do, even if it's just very small, that would be great. Now we're still waiting for Edmonton to pick number 32. They're walking to the stage right now. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't done that already. And give me a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm, etc., etc. Santé, cheers, skål, prost. Thank you all. I also got hacked on Messenger for those of you just chiming in now.
32nd. Any thoughts here on the Oilers, the very last pick of the first round in this evening in Montreal, gentlemen?
I'm actually surprised that they didn't move back to try and acquire an additional asset when they gave up those 2 future picks. But they obviously recognize a player that they like and feel that this is going to be the only spot to get him.
Just 4 picks total for the Oilers. No second, no third, no fourth round pick. So a lot is riding on this pick by Ken Holland, the GM and president of Hockey Ops. Again, a great season into the Western Conference Final versus Colorado this year for the Oilers.
On behalf of the Edmonton Oilers, we'd first of all like to send our condolences out to Kim and the Marchman family.
Oh, what happened?
And with the 32nd
okay.
pick, the Edmonton Oilers are extremely proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Reed Schaefer.
And there it is, a 6th pick for the WHL. Mom, Lindsay,
Schaefer. Schaefer, not Paul Schaefer, everybody. Reed Schaefer, not Paul Schaefer. Reed Schaefer.
Sports number 24 is that. Jeremy scored at number 24.
Schaefer.
Great night for Reed Schaefer. the final pick, gentlemen, of the first round of this year's draft.
Schaefer.
Schaefer's a big body guy, and he learned to score goals this year playing for Mount Odette, the Seattle Thunderbirds. We talked about
Schaefer, where is he?
on the rise. You'll see Jordan Gustin.
Oh, there he is. Number 43 by the Hockey News.
There, and all of a sudden, you're talking about maybe getting to another WHL final as they did.
Okay, so he's a left winger, left shot, 6'3", 213 pounds, ranked 31st among North American skaters. They compare him to Lawson Krause on the Hockey News. This is not a bad pick for Edmonton. They compare him to Nick Paul on the broadcast here. So there we go. That's the last pick. Number 32 to the Edmonton Oilers, who traded that pick to move up and get rid of Cassian's contract with a collection of other picks to get now they picked Reed Schaefer. That's a good pickup, I think, for Edmonton. Lawson Krause? Yeah, I take that.
One of the older players in the draft. He's right close to the cutoff.
His favorite team is the Vegas Golden Knights. Favorite athlete is Tom Brady. Favorite actor is Will Ferrell. What more do you need? What more do you need?
2006, and this is a big man, as you guys have stated.
It's funny, some guys really left on the board. The biggest surprise here was Jagger Furcus, who never got picked, ranked 25th by the Hockey News. That's a surprise. And Ryan Chelsea, the bigger surprise, ranked at number 10 and not picked in the first round. So that's pretty surprising as well. And there you go. There's the board, ladies and gentlemen. See if you can see it all. Probably some glare there. I don't know how many people were really paying attention to that besides me. Oh, I should probably put up that last pick by Edmonton as well. In any case, it's raining men. It's all right, but if it was Paul Shaver by Nick David. Nick, I saw you just contributed to Buy Me a Coffee to the crowdfunding. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Every little bit helps. You're amazing. Mucho gracias, amigo. And yeah, thank you, everybody. If you're wondering what I'm blabbering about, if you just joined, it's my crowdfunding site. Where you can do a one-time donation or you can do a monthly donation for as little as $1. And $1 is fantastic, really, because it helps. I don't have many supporters right now, and it just encourages and entices other people to do the same. So I'd appreciate it if you check that out. You can find it on my YouTube page. And if you're not already a subscriber, please smash that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up there as well. I'd appreciate it. Elliot Friedman is now talking to Ken Holland.
For a few years, but you know what? The pandemic hits and the cap's getting tighter, so had to make a move to relieve some money. So
this is Ken Holland.
Zach went back three picks and traded a couple picks down the road to relieve some cap space to give us an opportunity to do something here over the next few days.
Probably
anything else coming down the pipe over the next 24 to 48 hours?
This is Elliot Friedman.
Well, we'll see.
Ken Holland.
We've done lots of talking. We'll see. Right now, for tonight, I'm all good, and we'll regroup.
Give us a player, Ken. A goalie, a forward. Give us something. Nothing. He's giving us nothing. Nothing. Oh my God, that's not surprising. Anyways, the show is rolling down right now. I'd like to thank all of you for chiming in. Usually, I do round 2 through 7 on the following day of the draft, but I'm not going to do it this year. I will. There's a good chance I could do it next year. Get back to doing it. A lot of that has to do with me moving soon. Within the next year, and welcoming our first child as well. As those of you who have kids know, your time commitments change once you have kids. So that's the way she goes. So I'll be a stay-at-home dad at some point. So if you could support me on by subscribing, I'd really appreciate that. Hitting that thumbs up and even going to my crowdfunding page, like Mr. Nick fabulous Dunford did not long ago. What is Matt saying? Guess they're relying on Skinner. I'm not sure what you're referring to by that comment, Matt. Are you Edmonton? Skinner? Skinner? Isn't he still in Buffalo? That Skinner? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, there we are. There we have it. There's the board. Did my light? My light ran out on my moon. I'm gonna have to charge this. I bought a mini moon. I'll do a review of these on my other YouTube channel, Crash Test Videos, soon. I've got a bigger one here. It's mini moon, big moon, mini moon. Oh, this one actually lights up. I don't know how well you can see it because of my lights right now, but there's a little preview of what's to come. And so there's a warm light. There's like a white light. There's a white light, and there's a warm light. Yeah. Anyway, there you have it. You got the first look right there. First look. It even comes with this little hand. It's beautiful. Look at that little hand. No, it's not like this. Doesn't or like that. It just like this. See? And that's how it's nice. It goes on the shelf. It fits on the shelf really well. Just put it back there for now. So, Stuart Skinner. Oh, the other goalie, right? Yeah. I can see him as a backup, but they still need a starter. Skinner's had some flashes of being really good for them, but I don't. Yeah, they need a starting goaltender whose name is either Husso or Kemper or Campbell, because that seems to be all that's available on the free agent market, anyways. Right now, just answering Matt's question there. Does anyone have any last-minute questions they want to throw my way before I sign off here? Because we're all done, all the picks. As you can see on my board, I'll be doing some more videos in the coming weeks, even though I'll be on a 2-week vacation starting tomorrow. I'll try to do some filming while I'm on the road, so look for that. For a lot of my channels, including this one, I have a Crash Test Videos channel. You can check that out where I review like products and books and stuff like that too. Thanks, Matt. I will say hi to her for you. Definitely. You keep well, my friend. Let's talk soon. And what can I say for everyone who's joined me today? Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you sticking around. It's like we're almost at 4 hours and 40 minutes that this show has been running. I'll be obviously keeping on with this channel, but I'll be doing this again next year. So let's see what the panel has to say here. Last words.
Here in Montreal. A lot of big storylines though in the last few hours. What's the biggest one?
What are they going to say?
It has to be Shane Wright. He was projected to go first overall since he came into the entire hockey league as an exceptional player. And then you look at New Jersey picking at number 2, and Slafkovsky went 1 to Montreal. New Jersey filled the need at number 2 with Simon Nemeth. And then you look at number 3, and they like the dynamic ability of Cooley over Shane Wright. He had to sit there for 3 picks. And finally, the Seattle Kraken with 2 of their main scouts.
So they're just talking about the main points right now. Shane Wright's, of course, being the big one, falling from 1 to 4. And the death look he gave the Montreal table there. That was fun. Check out my Twitter for that, by the way, at Hockey Crash Test.
You look at Jeff Gorton taking over the whole hockey operations. They hit a home run in the sense of the crowd loved what they were seeing, all the moves.
I think anybody who knows the hockey world was really happy with the Montreal Canadiens did.
Anyways, blah, 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 blah. You'll read more about it on Sportsnet and TSN and NBC or whoever, ESPN, whoever you follow there. Last little roll. Thank you all for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you especially to Mr. Nick Dunford and my friend Matt Aiken for sticking around for the stream for the longest time. I really appreciate it. Thank you again, Nick, for chipping into my crowdfunding page on Buy Me a Coffee. I put up a link in the chat there, so if any of you else want to chip in. Every little bit of help is great. And yeah, hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button. And I hope to talk to you all. I hope to see you all quite soon. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it. And yeah. Arrivederci. Ciao. Take it easy. I'll catch you later. The button's not working. I hit end stream, but it didn't end the stream. It's still rolling. What's Matt saying? All right, time to catch up on MS Marvel and Obi-Wan. You do that, brother. Okay, guys. Bonne nuit. It's bonne nuit. What's bonne nuit? Bonne nuit? Bonne nuit. I don't know what that is. Bonne nuit. There you go. Thanks a lot, guys. Take it easy. Hope to talk to you soon.